right, we're live. You can try that again.
All right, we're live now from Ojai. Can we have a call to order? We have quorum. Gail, will you please take a roll call?
Mayor Sticks,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Here.
Councilmember Blatz,
Here.
Councilmember Francina,
Here.
Councilmember Haney,
Here.
Great. And James, will you please lead us in the pledge?
Yes, thank you. So please stand, right hand over your heart. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Maybe we should all have a flag in our kitchen.
We'll get everybody a little flag.
Maybe some of us do.
Oh, there you go.
But we put it where we can see it.
So approval for the agenda. Do we have a motion for that?
Move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, great. So then can we go ahead to the consent calendar? James, okay.
I would like to pull two,
Yes.
Mayor.
Oh, okay.
I would like to pull item D and I'd like to pull item H.
Did you say D?
D as in dog or David and H as in Haney.
Okay.
Okay, all right. And then are there any public comments on those? What was pulled?
Let me see.
we have no public comments on any of the consent calendar items.
Okay, all right.
It would then be appropriate, to, Madam Mayor, to take a vote on the other consent items and then turn to the two that were pulled.
Okay, all right. Can we have a vote on that, Gail, please?
So I'll move to approve C, E, F, G.
And
Consent calendar.
item
And B,
and A and B as well.
AB,
Well, I don't have A, B in mind, so.
1A,
They're listed on the agenda, but there's no accompanying paper, no accompanying particular item in the packet.
A, B, C, E, F, G, and I.
There you go.
I'll second.
As Bill supplemented my motion, I'll second his.
Okay, all right. So can we have a vote on that, Gail, please?
Councilmember Blatz,
Yes.
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Councilmember Haney,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so that's approved. And then we will,
Go to D, right?
let's go to D. Thank you, Susan.
So, Mayor, I just wanted to clarify on the, it's the regular meeting on the previous Tuesday. And it's the, I wanted to just verify the motion that we had on the climate committee.
Wait a minute. I'm not in the right place. D is, mine says closed session.
it should have both your closed session and then the regular meeting minutes. So this
Oh,
is the part Councilmember Haney's referring to as the
Okay,
regular.
I got
meeting
it. Got it. Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
item 4.
So,
I'm sorry, did you say climate committee? Or did you
3.
say-
yeah, climate committee. So it's going to be item 3.
Okay, item 3, sorry about that.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I've received some phone calls on it, and people just wanted to make sure they understood exactly what we were trying to achieve. So I believe the motion, it was moved by Councilmember Blatz and seconded by Councilmember Francina to continue the ad hoc committee. So I just wanted to make sure that we did that. That was clear. Then I made a motion to amend it, and that was to have the ad hoc committee, emergency mobilization committee, return to council with a defined agenda covering a specific topic, which they will conclude at the end of the 6-month period that we've extended this committee. So I wanted to verify that's what I said. And then the last thing is what Councilmember Wyrick said, and he would also amend the motion to include public noticing of all meetings of the Ad Hoc Climate Emergency Mobilization Committee. And Councilmember Blatz accepted that amendment. So, so I just wanted to make sure that we understood that that's what we approved. And then what I wanted to clarify is on the noticed meetings, are we going to have them performed through the city staff? So it's noticed on the city, any form of city registers, any way that we can get it out to the public. And then that way it's it's noticed by us, it's Zoomed by us. The climate committee will come in and the climate committee will perform their functionary duties, and then we'll close the meeting. But are we all in agreement that that would be the best way to handle theirs?
I have a question.
Susan? Yeah.
When you say Zoomed by us, so instead of them doing the Zoom themselves, the city staff will do it?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Did
Yeah.
we discuss that, or is that agreeable, James?
Yeah, and I've talked to the climate committee and we talked through how this is going to work. And right now, they don't have a Zoom account that would allow a lot of the public to attend. So they also asked if they could use our account. So the way we are setting it up is we have a staff person who's put it on our climate committee page, on our calendar, on the city website. The next one is currently scheduled for February 3rd at 10 a.m. And it will be via Zoom, and we'll have the Zoom links up too. And so our staff person will set up the Zoom, and then the committee will just be able to run with it. So.
Oh, thank you.
Perfect. And so I'm expecting that staff would obviously get hold of the chair of the climate committee and get their agenda so that it's posted, and then if there's any action or anything after the meeting, that they would post that also.
We can do that. I think, so how we had done it the first 6 months was we had posted on the website and the calendar, the date and time and where it was, which now is by Zoom, so that people can attend. We hadn't been posting actual, like a Brown Act agenda with items listed on it.
Okay,
So-
well,
so
however
that would be
you
a
were doing it
change.
is fine. I just think a central receiving point for the community to know where to go and what to do and how to do it would be better
Got it.
than a private entity running a Zoom meeting.
Okay, right. Yeah,
Okay,
so
so
we'll
I
make
just
sure
wanted
to
to
put it on the calendar.
Okay, so we're clear. So we've clarified that. We're all in agreement as to what we motioned and what was approved.
And what a great opportunity for all of us to learn from these experts. It's exciting.
Yeah,
agree.
I'm not 100% sure of what you're asking.
We have to make sure we're not hobbling the climate
Yeah,
in any way, because it is an emergency and we are so lucky to have them. So the last thing we want to do is get in the way of their work. I mean, of course, we want to be able to understand what they're doing. You know, they're the experts. We're not. So it's really.
And Mayor and Council, this is where I'll jump in as your lawyer. So tonight's agenda, of course, is the minutes of the prior meeting, not revisiting this item.
Right.
I understood Councilmember Haney to seek clarification as to what was enacted last time. The city manager has provided an explanation of what he will be doing as consistent with that prior direction. If there's any desire on council to change that direction different than the way the city manager has expressed it, then that could certainly be done, but that would require returning to a future meeting with another agenda item.
Right.
And so my recommendation would be, if there is concern from any member of council that the way the city manager described how the meetings will be run for the climate committee is not what you would like, then bring it forward at future agenda items at that time in this meeting.
Yeah, as long as we're not getting in their way.
okay.
Well, and again, that wasn't what I was looking for. I just wanted to confirm what the motions were and what was approved, and I think we've done that.
Okay, great. Suzette, did you want to say something?
Yeah, my understanding was that they're functioning the same way. The difference is that they're going to publicly, they already in the past did publicly announce their meetings. I always knew when the meetings were because it was on the city website. And then, but the difference is that there's going to be more effort made so the public can see where where these, it's more visible on the city website, but they're not under any Brown Act constraints. And the city will handle the Zoom meeting aspect. Is that all correct so far? That's the main difference. And they're going to come back. Is it next meeting with a report? And as far as completing a task in 6 months, I don't know that will depend on what they come back with next time.
Okay, so now we're getting into the debate again, and I'd like to end this conversation.
What I thought we agreed to.
So this is where, again, I'll jump in, where we are beyond, as noted, we are beyond the agenda item. The agenda item is the minutes from last meeting, not revisiting this discussion.
Okay, we're clear.
If anyone on council would like to change what was done last time, that's fine, but that would have to return at a future meeting. And I would, to put it in practical terms, because I understand that the Climate Emergency Committee will be providing their report at the next meeting or the meeting immediately thereafter, depending on when they complete it. Therefore, it would be reasonable it's already coming next meeting for the council to revisit it. So my suggestion would be the city manager can write the agenda item broad enough to allow both review of the plan that the Climate Emergency Committee comes back with and a further discussion of their structure if desired. And that's where I'll ask James, do we know when that's coming back?
It's coming back on the next council meeting.
Well, I would think they'd also have to have a posted meeting and hold a meeting.
That would be required by council's action, yes.
Yeah.
So as soon as that happens, it'll come back to us. I look forward to it. I think we set up a good format for them. Okay, I just wanted to touch, Mayor, if I may, to go to, do we
need a
motion to approve D, or do you want to wait till we're done discussing H?
I would recommend the motion now on this item and then take the second item up.
I move to approve D.
Second.
Gail, can we have a vote?
Councilmember Haney,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Councilmember Blatt.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, the next item, Randy, was?
Is H. It's just again, it's just for information. I've received some phone calls regarding rumors that are going around that if people don't join any type of litigation with the regarding the Ventura River watershed adjudication, that their wells are going to be capped and there's going to be punitive things happening to them. And I had sent the city attorney a letter just briefly asking if any of that was true. His response was there could be some issues for people if they do not join, as well as what might happen to some of us like myself who aren't going to join because I don't have a well and I don't foresee that. If anyone would like that response, I would be free to ask the city attorney to share it. Otherwise, I received the answer that I needed. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear to the public that no one is going to be going around capping your well, and that no one is going to go around doing anything crazy in this community without some input from the city council, OBGMA, and all the other governing bodies regarding water in this city.
I just want to go on the record and say I am not standing for that statement.
And I'll note two additional points. Number one, Councilmember Haney, I had understood that you had pulled item H, which is the Rosenberg's Rules Ordinance, not item I. Nonetheless, I will still provide a brief comment as it is on the agenda tonight. I am the city's attorney. As city attorney, I do not represent any individual. I do not have individual clients. So any individual who owns a water well anywhere in the city of Ojai would be advised to seek their own counsel as to the situation regarding their individual well. The city's provided some generic information on the city's website, which includes a link to the court-approved form answer and the court-approved form templates, which are available at ohighcity.org. Navigate around to the watershed adjudication point, and then you can click through from there to the court-approved notice website. The other point I would note is that as presently structured, it is unlikely to be the case that a default judgment will result in an order capping a well. However, unlikely is the key term. It would be up to any individual owner to understand the impacts of the default judgment and to assess the situation. It also may be the case that if the default judgment is issued against an individual well owner, they may find it more difficult to use their well in the future because of the fact that they would not have been part of the suit if the matter does not settle and does proceed to a full adjudication of their water rights. They wouldn't be part of that adjudication and may find it difficult to use their well in the future. Again, I would strongly urge folks, if you are a property owner with a well, seek individual counsel to consider the matter individually before making any decisions regarding it. And to do so, take a look at the city's website and take a look at the court-approved notice website linked through the city's website. And last, be advised that the current deadline to file an answer is this Friday, January 29th, 2021, if you have been served. And I would recommend those who have been served and who have a well, again, to consult your own attorney, as I'm not, nor the city are not your attorney. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Ryan. I appreciate your comment. I'll rescind what I said and ditto what Matt just said. But the most important thing is that we let the citizens of our community who are watching this or will go to our site understand what's at stake coming this Friday.
And there is, I'm sorry.
And I'll move approval of H.
And I'll second.
May we have a vote, Gail, please?
Member Francina? Can you hear me? Councilmember Francina?
You have to unmute.
Yes, for aye.
Yes. Hello?
It's item I.
No, H.
No, we're on H, Souza. Councilmember Francina.
Oh, yes.
The status update of Ventura River watershed education. That's what we're consenting, right?
Well, actually, H is.
Yes, it was I. In my book, it looked like an H, so it is I, and I believe Matt corrected me at the beginning of it.
Okay.
We had pulled H. That's why I just want to get this bookkeeping done.
I would recommend just taking a vote on H just to confirm the record is clear, as it is an ordinance, and we would want to follow formalities there. And just to recall, item 1H is the ordinance that would adopt Rosenberg's rules of order and that would set the council's regular meeting time to start at 6:30 p.m. rather than the current 7 p.m.
Great.
Okay. I'm sorry for that.
That's okay. So we need a motion for that.
That'd be my recommendation, just to keep the record clear.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, great. All right, Gail, may we have a vote, please?
Okay, and this is on agenda item 1I. Mayor
No.
Stick?
No, yeah.
H.
1H.
I misspoke. I'm looking right at H and I said I. My apologies. Mayor Sticks?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
Did you say me?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina?
Gail, your microphone is cutting out.
My microphone?
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll sort that out. Councilmember Francina?
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
Yes.
Okay,
And
so that
can
was
I-
on H.
Can I add just one comment real quick on the watershed adjudication? I think the critical thing to keep in mind is that there is a January 29th, 2021. So this week, there's a deadline approaching. And on our website, we added a big, at the top of our page, there's 3 big buttons now, and one of them is watershed adjudication information. So anybody who's watching who has some basic questions can visit our city website and that link. So.
Great. Thank you, James. It's lovely. Okay, so we're going to vote on I now? Yeah.
No, so I was already approved.
We
Okay,
already approved I.
so we're done with that. So then it's 7:21. Can we go to the public communication or James? Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we could go straight to that. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, Gail, public communication.
Okay. We have one person for public communications, and that's Bill Miley, and I'm going to bring him in to speak. Mr. Miley, you should
Yes,
be able to.
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, Bill.
Hi,
Hi.
Bill.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Bill Miley. My family and I have lived in the city of Ojai for 52 years. My 3 children have gone through public elementary, middle school, high school. My comments tonight are all about the Maricopa Highway Demonstration Project. Several years ago, I actively participated in the charrettes held for the active transportation plan our city is now demonstrating. But hey, an important question hardly anyone asks is why do we have a 4-lane divided highway from the Y to El Roblar? And hey, why is there a 4-lane divided highway in Oakview? Well, recently I wrote an opinion piece that the Ojai Valley News published, and this is what I believe happened. It was all about eventually extending the Ojai Freeway through Casita Springs, Oakview, Miramonte, Ojai, and I believe onto Santa Paula. We moved to Ojai in 1968 and immediately joined the Committee to Preserve Ojai to stop the freeway at Foster Park. And we did stop it, as you all know. In brief, in the early 1960s, I assume a city council at that time and a board of supervisors got convinced to anticipate the freeway's future, similar to how the high-speed rail system is being built in the Central Valley, piece at a time, and approved a 4-lane expansion on Maricopa, which is what we're now trying to get rid of, and hopefully in the future, get rid of the one in Oakview. Ojai is not a 4-lane highway city. The rest of it, it's all 2 lanes. Let's remove this aberration. It doesn't belong here. It belongs to a freeway system. After 2035, no petroleum fuel cars can be sold in California. Much more gentle. Let's bring justice to bicycles, walkers, road crossing pedestrians. And right now, vehicles dominate that section. It has problems that still need to be fixed, but that's what the demonstration is for. Let's keep Ojai gentle, reduce vehicle domination. We stop the freeway, let's remove this weird 4-lane divided highway and return it to bikes, people, dogs, horses, skateboards, cars, and other vehicles. Justice for all. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Gentle. Great. Okay, that's it, Gail?
Correct. We have no more public speakers.
Okay, great. So James, now we have public hearing, the staff report.
Yes, thank you. And I think we're going to be getting a couple of people into the meeting here. So I'll give Gail a second to get the applicant in. But the public hearing tonight is we'll have a brief presentation that Lucas Seibert, our community development manager, will give. It's just a couple of slides to show you what we're talking about. This item is on our agenda because it's already been reviewed and recommended by the Planning Commission by a 5-0 unanimous vote last month in December. It's an an addition to the existing RTK studios. So most people in Ojai are familiar with the RTK studios tile business. This project is expanding their building, and it includes a parcel map adjustment for a lot merger, which the Planning Commission can recommend but can't approve. The City Council has to approve it. So that's why this is on our agenda tonight. We have the applicants with us, I believe, being let in, which is Mary Kennedy and Richard Kite. And we are, Gail, is Lucas on?
Lucas is on,
Okay, I see.
and I promoted Mark Whitman into the meeting as well. Mary Kennedy is listed, but she's not showing in attendance yet, and I'm not showing Richard Kite here either.
Okay. All right. Well, in the meantime, it's a fairly simple project, I think. And like I said, the Planning Commission recommended it on a 5-0 vote as well. So we'll start with just a simple staff report from Lucas. Lucas, our Community Development Manager, could you walk us through it?
Sure. Let me pull up the brief presentation that I have here. I'm going to share my screen here right now. So good evening. The item we have before you tonight is RTK Studios expansion. What I have here is the existing studio as it exists, as well, which is on the top. On the bottom is the existing one-story single-family residence. That residence is currently vacant and would be demoed as a part of this project. There we go. The next slide is showing the existing studio, kind of in a light gray. Below that is the proposed expansion. You see the new addition that's highlighted here. This is all storage, commercial, and really kind of being used for distribution purposes. To the back of that is a proposed residential unit for both Mary and Richard to continue to reside there on site when needed. So that's what's proposed here. In addition to that, and there we go. To the rear is actually 2 parking spaces that you're seeing here. There's currently really 1 parking space on site, and we're looking at having that expanded to 2. The code actually requires up to 5, a maximum of 5 or a minimum of 5 here. But through the PDP process, which I'll go into here in a minute, they're asking for requesting a reduction from 5 to 2. So there's 4 applications that are being applied for regarding this project. It's a tentative parcel map, which City Manager James had just mentioned earlier. And that is really for the merger. You could do a lot merger or a parcel map. In this case, they opted for the parcel map because there was a fairly large project being proposed here versus just a merging of 2 lots with no plan for proposed development. In addition to that is a planned development permit. And that's really required for revisions to the development standards within the VMU, the Village Mixed Use Zoning District, which is where this is located in. Looking at reduced parking, reduced driveway width from 12 feet from 24 feet to 12 feet, setback reduction on the south side, and then turnaround radius revisions to the rear for delivery trucks to enter on the south side, and then do a kind of a 3-point hammerhead turn, and then come back out within the same driveway they entered in on. The conditional use permit is actually interesting because with this, the use itself as it exists currently is non-conforming. However, a conditional use permit allows for the expansion of a use like this as a non-conforming use as long as specific findings are made, which have been provided within the draft resolution for City Council consideration. And then lastly is a design review permit, and that's really for the elevations and the design, the exterior pieces of this proposal. So the proposed expansion is, as I had said before, merging 2 lots into 1. It's an expansion of the existing use, RTK Studio. And really we're looking at a single-story structures and then a 2-story proposal within that darker gray area that I had highlighted earlier. It's about 3,500 square feet in total. And then the on-site relief, which is what I was mentioning earlier, reduced parking, driveway width, truck turnaround to the rear. And here you can see the elevation, and it's really the west elevation or the facade of that building facing Kenyatta Street. So here on the left, you can see the existing studio. And then as you taper to the right, you see all the new construction that's being proposed, all those ends that you see there. And then to the kind of stepping back is that two-story, second story element that's being proposed. So with that, staff recommends City Council adopt the resolution approving the design review permit, the tentative parcel map, planned development permit, and conditional use permit as the findings required within the Ojai Municipal Code can be made, and then subject to the conditions.
Thank you, Lucas. And with that, I don't know if we have the applicants with us. I see Mr. Whitman, who I believe is representing the applicants, is with us. So we'll take any questions, and then we can open up the public hearing after we take those questions.
And also, if I can interject, the applicant has signed in now, Mary Kennedy, if you want me to. She's available if you want to have her come in.
Randy?
So I just have 3 questions to staff. The general plan, the VMU land use designation, does it meet those requirements?
Yes.
And the tentative parcel map application was submitted and approved?
That's what's before tonight. Yeah.
Okay. And then is this a creative and innovative development in your opinion?
Yes, through the justification and description, yes.
And do you believe it's compatible with the community, with the neighborhood?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's stunning. I think it's an incredibly beautiful project. So thank you.
Bill? Thanks, Randy.
Yeah, I also like what I see so far. Quick question, however. Typically, when we have accessory dwelling units, which is what this amounts to, on a project, we stipulate it is not eligible or prohibited to use for transient occupancy uses. In other words, vacation rentals. I did not see that language in here. Is that an oversight or intentional?
It's not intentional. I have seen that in previous conditions. It's something that could be added. I don't see any issues with that.
Well,
it's not to say
question. I'm not making a motion because we're
okay. And it's not to say that stipulation is precluded from being enforced.
If I could jump in there, that Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick, the prohibition on short-term rentals is already included in the existing city code, so it would apply to this site regardless. But certainly, if desired, it could be added as a further condition.
I'm just saying our practice in the past has been to include it in the conditions.
That's true. There's certainly that has been the practice, and I'm not quite sure why they didn't get included in this one. But we would have no legal objections. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there's no other staff questions, questions for staff, we could proceed with opening the public hearing. Mayor Sticks.
Let's do it. Let's open it.
Okay. Gail, do we have any public comments for this item?
We have Mary Kennedy listed, who's the applicant, and Mark Whitman. I can open up their microphones to ask if they have comments.
Sure.
I'll start with Mark. Mark, if you can unmute your microphone. There, you should be unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I have no comments. I'm just here to answer any questions for the project.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Now I'll unmute Mary Kennedy.
Hi, Mary. Did you have any public comment, or are you just here if there's questions?
No public comment, just here if there's questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I think we are ready to close the public hearing.
Let's close it. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mark.
Any questions for the applicants? Or any questions, period? I think I saw. Oh, okay.
Oh, Bill? Yeah.
I'm going to move approval. I think it's a great project, well designed, well reviewed, great people, great intent. Want to add the amendment of prohibition against transit occupancy use.
I'll second it.
Okay. Great. Gail, may we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Haney.
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz.
Yes.
Councilmember Wyrick.
Enthusiastic, yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes. Who doesn't love a romantic English cottage? Thank you.
Great job, guys.
I'm so glad they're thriving here in Ojai. I love it.
All right. Thank you, Lucas. We'll let you go and thank the Planning Commission for, they did a thorough review too, so we appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you, Lucas, for getting down in the weeds there.
thank you.
Okay, so the COVID report.
Okay, so I have we had big news yesterday, so I'll I'll walk through that a little bit more.
And everybody was taking advantage today, I think.
It seemed like it already. When we wrote this item last week, we were preparing to not have much of an update, and then that all changed yesterday. So I think you're hopefully able to see the screen here. Let me get this going. So this item is just our standard COVID and or emergency response update. As we we'll start with just some basic statistics, because although there was good news yesterday that we'll get to, we do need to remember that that we are still, the numbers are starting to stabilize, but we're still in the midst of one of the surges here. And the key to continuing to be able to open up is going to be continuing to exercise, safe protocols and follow guidance and staying safe. So that's reflected in this PowerPoint. You can see in October, we had 14,000 cases in the county. We had 14,000 cases in the first 8 or 7 months or so. And you can see in the last 3 months since then, there's been an additional 50,000 cases, bringing us to over 67,000 cases countywide. In the 93023, again, similar, but a definite increase over the last 2 months. Although that's also seeming to start to stabilize. And then the hospitalization number has come down since the last meeting. The ICU has come down slightly since the last meeting. And so those are the key factors when we talk about what's able to reopen is that hospital and ICU capacity. So those we need to keep stabilizing. So we wanted to start with just kind of a picture of where we're at and a reminder for everybody to stay safe and keep being careful over the next couple of months as we work towards vaccines. This chart, again, is one that's available on the county public health website. And you'll see there that towards the right end of the graph, which is where we're currently at, how there is just this noticeable increase. And that's starting to come down, but it's still, we're still higher than we had been for the first several months of this. You'll note that we've had 133 cases in the 93023 zip code in the last 14 days. That includes Ojai, but it also includes other parts of the valley. So we are still seeing a surge, although it's starting to come down. And so the big news is the stay-at-home order has been lifted. That was the state order that had gone into effect in early December, which had shut down a lot of things like outdoor dining, limited hotel stays to essential travel only, and was a very restrictive order. And so now that the 4-week ICU projections are starting to come back down to a better number, the state has lifted that order. That allowed the counties to then go back to the prior system, which was that 4-tiered color-coded system. So Ventura County yesterday at 1:15 p.m. announced that we are following the purple tier. And so this is a little blurry, but I think it's a useful chart just to give people an idea. The purple tier is widespread. So it is the worst on this 4-tier system. I think at one point we had moved, if I remember right, we were either right at or we had briefly moved into the substantial wave at one point, but we've pretty much been widespread the entire time that this system's been in place, which is the most restrictive of the 4. And just to give you an idea of we're pretty far off right now from moving any lower, because we have to have an adjusted case rate of 7 cases per day. And right now our adjusted case rate is 57.8. I read yesterday in some of the materials that I think they say Ventura County has the second highest case rate after I think it was San Bernardino County in Southern California. So it's still, COVID is still here, and we still need to be careful, be safe. But it's just, we're starting to get some of those key metrics more under control. Similarly, the positive test rate is we're in line. It needs to be, I'm sorry, no, that's not right. It should be less than 8%, I believe. And, or if you, I'm sorry, that's what it is. If we're more than 8%, we're in the widespread category, and we are at 12.8% positive test. 12.8% of all tests are positive. So we need to get that down 4.8% to be able to move into substantial. So both of those metrics we're still pretty far off at this point. So I think the reality is we're going to be in this purple tier for the time being. At least, I think it's going to be a little bit of time here as vaccines get rolled out. But the purple tier is a big improvement over what was previously allowed under that state order. Restaurants, gyms, fitness centers, places of worship, playgrounds, recreational facilities, all of these that we have are typically allowed to reopen with, but just have certain requirements, such as some of those need to be outdoor only, which includes restaurants, gyms, and fitness centers and places of worship. And then very few are allowed to do indoor operations. These are what can currently do indoor operations. Probably the biggest changes are these personal care services can reopen, nail salons can reopen, and hair salons and barbershops can reopen. So the key thing was that those things can reopen indoors, restaurants can open outdoors, churches and gyms can continue to provide outdoor services. Hotels also can, it's no longer required to be essential travel. Hotels can open for travel. So with that, that's the latest update. It all kind of occurred yesterday. The other thing that's working in sync and that we need to keep working towards is the vaccine rollout. The County of Ventura is in phase 1A, which is the healthcare sector and those 75 and older. There was a lot of confusion over the last 2 weeks because some counties announced that they were going to start doing 65 and older vaccinations. But according to the county, we spoke with them, the reality is that they announced that, but none of the counties that announced it really had the doses to do it. So they haven't actually really honored that at this point. And so Ventura County's been very careful to remind people that we're still focusing on healthcare sector and those 75 and older. As of January 19th, the county administered 30,000 doses, first doses of the vaccine, out of 33,000 that the counties received. So that's 93% of the doses. The big challenge right now, we've continued to stay in contact with the county. We're trying to talk to the county about potential sites here in the valley for a vaccination site. And the key issue is dose supply. And for example, they expected to get 10,000 cases this week, which is already a pretty low number for a county our size of 1 million people. And they ended up getting 8,300 doses this week. So, it's when you make plans and then you get fewer doses than you expected, which is kind of happening. We are seeing this on a statewide level, but it's definitely occurring here in Ventura County. So the reality is they are preparing to have other sites available, but until they start getting the doses to ship to those sites, I don't expect a change in the next week or two. So, and this was just a useful chart to show kind of the timeline. It's been about a month since Pfizer approved. With COVID, everybody makes the joke about time working very strangely right now. And it feels like the vaccine's been around for a while now, but it was approved December 11th. The first shot was administered December 16th. And then a lot of things have happened since then, but you get to January 26th, and we're still working on the healthcare industry and seniors 75 plus. And my understanding is that they're planning to get to 65 and up in early February was what I had been told recently. So, so for us, the other big news is that we've extended the Monday Sarzati Park COVID testing through February 22nd, with one exception, which is President's Day, February 15th, that will not be operating. So every Monday for now through February 22nd, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., residents of the county or of the valley can attend that testing at Sarzati Park. So right now for us, those are the three key things: is continuing testing, rolling out vaccines, and then getting businesses reopened with the state change of order. So those are the three we're working on, and there's not any emergency action needed or recommended at this time. So.
Randy, then Bill.
Mayor, I just had a couple of things. First of all, James, obviously, thank you for participating in those long county meetings. Do we have the Ventura County Recovery.org? Do we have their website posted on our website?
Yeah, we do, and it's VC Recovers. Anybody who wants to Google it, but yeah, we do have it. We have it on our website.
Then, I pulled this up today. We have their phone number, which you posted, which is 477-7161. But one of the concerns that's been brought up to me is getting people who don't drive or can't drive to sites. And there's another phone number that you can schedule a ride, and that is 805-477-7300. It says here, please note you must have a vaccine appointment before you schedule a ride. So it's just important that you lock that in. But there's another number if you don't drive. And then the last concern, it's the biggest one that I get most of my complaints from, are Los Angeles County, San Diego County, San Luis Obispo County, Santa Barbara County are all vaccinating at 65. Why are we the only county in this Southern California area that is standing alone at this 75? Now, I know you don't have any control in it, and I know that it doesn't have anything to do with the number of the vaccines we're getting, because everyone's getting shorted. But why are we dragging our feet on this?
Yeah, and I had a long conversation with the county yesterday on that, and their explanation is that everybody announced that they were going to vaccinate 65 and up, but they aren't really vaccinating 65 and up. And they said that you can look at every county right now, and if you try to make an appointment at 65 to 75, you're not going to get an appointment. And so they're saying that they are just being more clear about the 75 and up being the people that are going to get the appointments. So it's bad messaging, I think, by everyone involved, but that's the county's explanation. And I think quickly on the other topic, the number you gave, I believe, for the people to be transported to vaccinations, I believe is the agency area on aging.
Yes.
And yeah, so that's the other thing. People can check out the agency area on aging. They are doing the kind of the dial-a-ride service to the vaccination center. And we're currently working on a couple of plans of if we do need to get people out of the valley as vaccinations continue to open up, but we believe that there will be a valley location. And in fact, I think at today's county supervisor meeting, Supervisor Levere asked if there would be an Ojai location, and they said that they're planning one. So that is in progress. I guess, yeah, those are the two key things.
Bill?
James, there was a line out of the governor's order that talked about non-professional youth recreation or youth sports under certain conditions, and I've seen nothing in terms of an explanation of what that meant. Mm-hmm. Have we gotten anything from county as to what that meant?
We're still trying to figure it out. There was a couple of things. The other thing there, so the two things we'll figure out and we'll post on our website because it is happening in real time is whether that means that sports can start again, and we're trying to get that confirmed. And then the second was there is also language about a 90-minute restaurant limitation, that you can only stay at a restaurant 90 minutes, and they believe that the state actually has lifted that. So we're confirming those two things, and when we get confirmation, it goes through the chain from the state to the county to us. When we get confirmation, we'll post both of those right away.
Great. Thank you. Souza?
You have us on mute, Councilmember Francine.
We unmute yourself, Souza?
Okay, there it is. Okay. James, I noticed at the bottom of page 3-2, it says city staff is currently preparing an analysis which includes state and federal eviction protections, which were recently implemented. So maybe at the next meeting, we could get that. And then Matt could tell us what this other item that he sent us today, the bill SB 91, yeah. We'll get a report on that next time.
Yeah, and that's what, so I know the city attorney provided an update on that today, and then I think we penciled in the next COVID update having the eviction moratorium explanation. So I think that is penciled in for the next meeting.
Yeah, and I started thinking some more. When people are forced to move, they really cannot social distance. They're probably going into a house that hasn't been sanitized, and it's inevitable. You have strangers going through your house. It doesn't seem like a good idea to move at this point in time. So it would be good if we could address that.
And if I could just give a very brief update on that. So the state is in the process of taking action to extend the state evictions moratorium in the form of Senate Bill 91, which is pending. Today it moved from the Senate to the Assembly. It is expected to pass this week, but not guaranteed. And if it does pass, it would impose a further eviction moratorium for residential tenants, not commercial, who were unable to pay their rent between March 2020 and August 2020 entirely, and who were unable to pay their full rent from September 2020 through today, but who at least paid a quarter of their rent due for September 2020 through today. That protection from eviction would be extended until June 30th, 2021. The agreement also would provide for up to $2.6 billion in federal money looped through the state for landlord relief, intended to pay back landlords for the back rent that would still have been owed and unpaid by their tenants in certain proportions. It also includes the rental assistance program for folks who are low income and meet certain requirements. Obviously, it's pending legislation, so it's not yet agreed upon. It's not yet law. If it does pass on those terms, as has been expected but not guaranteed, then that evictions protection would be extended further. We will bring, as noted, an item to the council once we know what passes to provide updates in consideration for further options for the city to take as allowed and not preempted by the state.
Thank you. People will be really happy to hear about that.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
That's great. Anything else on COVID, James? Thank you so much for your dedication.
Thank you.
Hours and hours of work. Okay, budget.
For the record, we had no public speakers on that.
Thank you, Gail. Sorry. Okay, number 4 is budget.
Okay, thank you. And this is my last presentation of the night, so bear with me.
And we hope everyone is sitting down.
So we are here with our mid-year budget review, and just to give a little background, when we adopted our budget in June, we knew that this year was going to be a difficult, if not impossible, year to predict. And so we adopted our budget with our best effort and then just said we were going to come back every quarter with the update and what changed and what's happened since then. So this is our mid-year budget review, and what we thought would happen was pretty much what happened, which is we've just had a very difficult year to project. So this is kind of our mid-year check-in to get everybody on the same page to where we're at as we're now almost 11 months into the pandemic. So I'll try to keep it fairly high level. With a year like this, it's important to just kind of keep a high level view of our current finances and what we're expecting. So the chart here before you shows our revenues and expenditures at 3 different times. Prior to COVID, what we were expecting in that first column. Then in June, after we had 3 months of COVID and we knew that we were going to have to revise everything downwards. And then what we're projecting as of June 30th. And so there's obviously big differences between them. Prior to COVID, we were expecting, a pretty good year. We had increasing revenues throughout the city for several years, consecutive years. We were expecting about $11.5 million in revenue. Plus, we had just adopted Measure C, which we expected another $1.5 million that could be used for things like road paving and climate projects and fire risk reduction. And so we had revised that downwards as of June. We had gotten through the first round of COVID. And things were starting to ease up a little bit, and we expected to be out of it at some point shortly thereafter. So we had revised our budget down, but modestly to about 10.7 million. And the reality with the second surge that we had the surge that we had that resulted in that second wave of closures that we didn't anticipate back in March through June of last year, really dropped those revenues drastically even further, and businesses being closed, Thanksgiving to Christmas and all of those things. So our revenues that we're projecting right now have dropped to $7.6 million, which would be the lowest in several years. With that, you'll also notice that we've reduced our expenditures quite a bit for a city of our size. We had dropped them 1.2 million from, which expenditures are cuts, right? We're making reductions to try to save money. We dropped it about 1.2 million from March to June, and then from June to the end of this coming fiscal year, which is June, we're expecting to have dropped it another 1.2 million to $9.5 million. But the end result is, it's a $2 million difference is what we're expecting just in the fiscal year. And so that ends up essentially coming out of our reserve, which we'll get to in a moment. So that's kind of the big picture. It also helps to kind of look at it on a monthly level. So this is the same information, but on a monthly level. So again, pre-COVID, we expected that our revenue and our expenditures would each be about $1 million a month. As in June, 3 months later, we had dropped 100,000 out of each of those. We had made 100,000 in cuts to make up for $100,000 we anticipated losing every month. And then the reality of it is that the monthly revenue has come in at about 630,000, and the expenditures, we've cut another 100,000, but it still exceeds the monthly by about 160, the monthly revenues by about 160,000. And what that means, again, is every month we're taking 160,000 of the reserves to continue to operate and provide services. And I think, the reserves are emergency reserves. If there's ever been an emergency, this is it. So it shouldn't be a surprise that we've had to utilize those. The alternative would just to be really cut core services, which we've seen other cities do, where they've closed on a couple days a week, or they've closed for a couple weeks out of out of the year. We haven't had to do that because we've been able to make other cuts, and then we've used the reserve to get by a little bit every month as well. And the one point is these are averages. So there have been months during COVID where business was coming back and things were positive and we didn't have this deficit. And then there's been months like this month with the business closure where we probably had $100,000 in revenue and $600,000 in expenses, and it's a $500,000 deficit. So it's, this is the average. It's a good estimate of the average, but definitely these months where businesses have just been completely closed, we've just been really hit hard by those. So we all know that we have three main revenue sources, which is the hotel tax, which is called the transient occupancy tax. And that's the tax that people pay when they stay in a hotel, which is for us was 10%, but we had just increased to 15% prior to COVID. We have property tax, and then we have sales tax. And so property tax is the only of those three that have stayed stable. And a lot of people say right now that real estate property or value is going up, which we're seeing reflected a little bit here. But hotel tax has really been reduced over $1 million, over a third. And then sales tax has been really reduced because of those state deferrals. The state had deferred a lot of sales tax payments to help businesses during COVID, and which just results in us seeing less revenue. So you can just see the impact on our city in a few different ways there. The hotel tax is our #1 revenue. Just to give people an idea of like what we see, the variances we see right now during COVID. In normal times, we would receive about $335,000 per month in hotel tax. In March of 2020, when COVID essentially shut businesses down towards the end of that month, that revenue dropped to $104,000. And at that point, many people probably remember that we talked about maybe a 2-week closure to flatten the curve. So we had at one point expected that would be the worst of it. What we saw in reality was a lot worse, which is April 2020, our hotel tax revenues went from $330,000 to $6,000. And so there's really just no way other than using revenues to continue to provide services when you're receiving $6,000 a month. So
James, real quick on the typical monthlies, are those at 10% or are those under Measure C?
That was 10%. So with the Measure C, you could put another 50% or another 170,000 or so a month would be what we expect to get from Measure C.
Okay,
but that also has been dramatically reduced.
So even though in November it was technically above the typical revenue, that's only because it was at 15%, not 10.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And so that
makes sense because there's no way we wouldn't normally in any of these months have done better than
no. And the other thing too with the last couple of months here that you can see with the big variance in those months is that there's another thing in there, which is that one hotel just paid early. So that also makes November look better than it was. No hotel, just if apples to apples, or no month would have been over $300,000, whereas our old average used to be $330,000, which meant there'd be some months where we were closer to $400,000.
So it's fair to say our future expectancy on the TOT is actually going to be 335,000 plus another half, which is 170 roughly. So about 500. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yep. And instead during Measure C, we're seeing a couple 100,000 if we're lucky, so it's definitely been a dramatic impact on hotels, which then, like we said, if we're not bringing the money in and we're cutting, but we can't cut to $6,000 a month. So then what we're seeing is our reserves being utilized to make up the difference. So we all know our goal was to have 50% in reserves, which would have been about $5.4 million. When this started, we were at 3.2, which again is actually good for a city of our size. That was about 30% in reserve, and a lot of cities have 5-10% in reserve. So we had a good amount in reserve, and we're very fortunate for that. But this is also showing with our reliance on certain types of businesses, this is why we need to keep, as soon as this is over, we need to start rebuilding it, because you could see some of these months, there's, 500,000 in reserves used, and on some months there's 600,000 in reserves used other months. And a lot of those are just timings of taxes received or payments that we give. But the long and the short of it is that what we are estimating right now, based on knowing that a couple of key businesses are going to stay closed until March 1st, is we're expecting by March 1st, I'm sorry, it's the end of March, that our reserves could be as low as $650,000. Now, the one positive is we gave this presentation to the budget committee and on Wednesday, and we wanted to keep the presentation the same. Yesterday's order probably will help a little bit. I think we'll be a little bit better off, but it won't be a major difference. It'll probably be a difference of between $50,000 to $100,000 with businesses being able to reopen. So, yeah.
Bill?
I had a quick question on reserves. Is there any early indication, James, of the impact of Measure G, which we dedicated to the reserve fund?
So Measure G, we're expecting, our estimate, if you recall, was, I think it was 430,000 a year.
Right. I was thinking if you have any early indications from actual collections.
Not yet. So we sent out the documentation to them yesterday. And so we sent the documentation out to the cannabis dispensaries, asking them for some initial numbers, but we haven't gotten them back yet. This what is it? I think January is the first full month we're collecting. So we're expecting to know early February.
That's a January 1, right?
Yeah. So we're anticipating between $30,000 to $40,000 a month.
Okay.
So it'll help, but if we have those months where businesses are shut down and we're bringing $6,000 in, otherwise it's not gonna help enough to offset, but it'll definitely help us. Council adopted the policy to dedicate that money to the reserve until we, at this point to start rebuilding it, and that'll help rebuild it. Another 400,000 in a year. So you see the trend, and obviously our concern, and I think it's been alleviated a little bit, was if the order stayed in place another month or two, that this is a scary trend going down to eventually at some point it's just, there's only so much you can stretch that money. But with the news yesterday and seeing businesses reopen, we think that we will avoid that worst case scenario. But it's definitely this is definitely really eating a big chunk of our reserves. So
another quick question, Mayor. James, does the state's program of deferring sales tax, does that include the sales taxes from internet sales? The new court order that said that they have to revert some of that to local. Does that deferral include that stream as well?
So I believe it was aimed at small businesses, and so it shouldn't impact. The thing everybody's seeing right now is small cities like us are actually getting a decent amount from things like Amazon, and so it shouldn't impact the bulk of those payments.
And it looks like we're getting those payments from the internet sales.
Yeah, we've started to get those, and it's been a big chunk. During COVID, that's kind of been what offset some of the losses.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and so the other thing I just want to mention, because we've got a lot of questions about how much funding we've received, and the answer, unfortunately, is not much. At this point, there was really no federal funding at any point for any city, but particularly Ojai did not receive any. We've applied through FEMA, but we haven't received any indication we're going to get anything. We received 150,000 through the county. They received, I believe it was 16 million for COVID response, and then they gave out some amounts to cities. So since we are the enforcement arm, so we received $150,000 to help offset some of those costs, and we've received $90,000 from the state. So it's, you know, definitely for Ojai, we can honestly say, you know, there's a lot of people that say some cities are better off during this. We are definitely not. What we've done since then is we've started to look at ways to save, and we've implemented some of these quite a while ago. Almost immediately, we had multiple recruitments that we were filling when COVID hit. We've held off on all those, and we've managed our vacancies for savings of approximately 50,000 per month. And the challenge for us being so small is there's no like one magic bullet. It's going to be a lot of small savings. So when we did that early on, we wrestled with it because we were saying, well, it's 50,000. It's not gonna, you know, it's not going to save us. But the positive is, as this is extended for almost a year now, that's added up to over $500,000 that we're going to have in reserves. So it's been prudent. And then similarly, we had negotiated and negotiated some discounts and reduced use of some contractors to save another about 55,000 a month, or another $500,000 thus far. So those are really, you know, what stretched the reserves. When we started this pandemic, we said we had 3 months in reserves. We are on month 11. We're entering month 11, and we still have reserves. And that's only because we've been very, very careful and prudent. And it's been tough because there's projects we all know that, you know, haven't moved as quickly because of that. But I think it's necessary. So the question earlier about Measure G, so that will go straight into the reserves, and we're estimating about $30,000 to $40,000 monthly. So that'll help as well. And then what we recommended, and we and the budget committee agreed, and we are asking council to approve tonight, this will be the ask of the item, is to approve an interfund loan. And what that is we have our general fund, and then we have these funds for specific items and our specific purposes. Some of those funds have funds available, and we've gone through those, found the funds that we think are reasonable, that there's no urgent need for. And so as a first step, we're recommending executing this interfund loan as just an emergency fund. If the situation worsens and we need, you know, it would potentially be about another month of revenue, or, you know, a month of funds. And so the two funds we've identified and we recommended to the budget committee, and they recommended approval, is taking 350,000 of the 400,000 that we have saved for vehicle and equipment replacement. So it postponed us getting new vehicles, new computers, things like that, which are not, we don't have a critical need for any of those right at this minute. So it would be taking the big chunk of that, and then $80,000 from the technology fee fund, which is a fund to digitize and organize files, which again is not critical at this moment. So between those two, it's $430,000, or about another month in reserves. Again, with that stay-at-home order lifting between when we presented this to the budget committee and now, we're hoping that we don't get to this point, but we're asking council to approve it now, and then we would execute it only if absolutely necessary. And so that is another option that we identified. And then lastly, would be delaying some key payables and contracts that we pay out on, about $300,000 per month. And we'll kind of, you know, as the situation changes, that's the other thing we may start doing. So lastly, because we don't have a fund that has a couple of $1 million sitting there, unfortunately, we've also continued to reach out to banks and some funding sources about a line of credit. We haven't had a lot of success yet, which is also why we want to do this interfund loan as a temporary stopgap. but that's something we'll continue to do just in a worst case scenario.
James, on the vehicle, real quick, I was trying to grab, thank you. We have 400,000 in the vehicle and equipment replacement fund right now.
Yeah.
Well, look, the reality is there's going to be additional funding coming, but if I had no idea we had that much, that's why these are important, right? If we have 400,000 in there, that's the easiest place if we need the wiggle room. But there is a lot. I believe there's a reasonable opportunity to go to APCD and be able to figure out how to get some of that money granted. And with the Biden administration coming in, it's top down that we really believe, especially with this $1.9 trillion stimulus package that's sitting out there, that there's going to be some opportunity for that. So I just want to say there's a good expectation. Nothing's for sure, but we can definitely, be in the chair of the board down there, and given our history in Ojai, our reputation, and our fiscal situation, if we need to, that's the pressure point where I think we can find some, relief. And, if we got to move that money over, I just want to say, I am all for getting us as many electric vehicles for everything in town, but let's look at how we might be able to do that outside. So
exactly. That's what we are hoping to do as well. I think that is a key thing. And the thing about having the $350,000 or the $402,000 there is this is actually something that is a positive that, we're in a very bad situation due to the pandemic, but the city has made some good long-term financial decisions and had built up some of these funds so that we'd be able to, do some of these things. It's unfortunate now that we're having to utilize some of these for the pandemic, but there's a lot of good, prudent decisions that added up to the point where we can get through this for 11 months as a very small, low budget, very small budget city. So
yeah, James, on those previous slides, when we made 4,000 or 6,000 one month, right? Yeah. That was all the income for the city that month total, right?
Oh no, that was hotel.
No, just TOT. Yeah. Okay.
Which is about 30% of our revenue.
But still, our TOT usually equates to roughly the police bill. The police bill's 300-something thousand a month.
Yes.
And we made 6, and that usually covers the 300. I just want to say that's usually in our budget. Those are two things that kind of equate to each other. So that's $350,000 in 1 month we had to make up just on the police bill.
Yeah, and I think the reality is we've had this realization that we've kind of all said all of us cities are in the same situation. We're all in this same sort of scenario. But the reality is we have been very dependent on 1 or 2 big revenue sources, and those have been completely shut down during COVID. And we have probably been impacted more than I would think any other city in the county. The hospitality industry right now is decimated, and that's something that Ojai has a reputation for. So.
James.
Yep.
Real quick, is the problem with the line of credit the pledging of real asset collateral?
Yeah. So the 2 that we've really met with and worked with and had started to move forward on, both wanted assets as collateral that we were not comfortable with, and we weren't at a point where we thought it was necessary. This was probably October, but as we had that second surge and businesses started to close in December, we did start to reach back out to some of those people.
They're requiring real asset collateral. Can't do pledge of future revenue streams for line of credit.
No, we haven't.
No, they said you could personally guarantee it. They wouldn't let me, but they said, it's, James, if you said there's a decision at the end of this, but do we have to make decisions about that kind of stuff? Do you have, and does staff have enough authorization? And let's assume, I don't want to get too far ahead, that we approve something tonight, but as far as collateralization, if you need to execute on the loan and not just get us to say, hey, we might, go ahead and look into this, what else do we need to do? And because I can assume it might be complicated. And when we brought this up before, I just want to remind everyone, it was a while back, but the word we got back was put up City Hall or put up the police station, and nobody was feeling real comfortable about that at the moment.
Yeah, correct. And so the action item tonight is to approve this interfund loan. We don't have anything on the agenda to approve the line of credit yet because we haven't found one that we want to proceed with yet. So, with that, when we do have that line of credit identified, we would put it on the next agenda and get approval. And, right now, as things are opening up and with the businesses opening when we've been told they're going to reopen, we don't think we will need that, but we're going to keep working on it and have it ready just in case. So.
Okay, so just to be clear, at this moment, we're not there yet. Mm-hmm. And you can get it back to us in a timeline that's sufficient that we're not going to end up going, we're running out of money before we have time to get in a meeting and vote on it again if necessary.
That's the plan. Now the challenge there is finding somebody that's willing to do it under the terms we want, and so that's what we're really working on. So
yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
James,
there's some hard money guys out there for cities. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Just real quick, also there's another key element.
Payday
here.
loan.
That's the delaying of key payables.
Mm-hmm.
There's a sum of money just in that alone
Mm-hmm.
that would contribute to our sustainability if we choose to go that path.
Yeah.
And that would be brought up down the road also.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's very interesting, at our budget committee on Wednesday, it is interesting, the picture changed a little bit yesterday with that order lifting. And so some of the things we were talking about in budget committee being ready to do, because we were getting to that point, we've gotten a little bit of a reprieve, but we're essentially at the point where we're saying all options are on the table. And, every contract we've talked to about reducing, and we've told them to be prepared for reductions. We've managed all our vacancies. We've looked at, everything. So all options are on the table. Although the positive is if things reopen, we saw it in that chart earlier of the hotel tax, that when things have been allowed to reopen, we're at least seeing enough to pay our bills and not have to dig into the reserves. So that's what we're hoping happens. So.
Well, and let's be honest, right? If we were today and we didn't have Measure C had passed, we would be sweating the days until we could pass a Measure C. So let's just be happy that, we couldn't plan for this, and Ojai and its economic one-trick pony tourism hospitality world, at least we did one thing that was not only was important when we did it, but is the saving grace of all this. And even some of those numbers, like November, we did more than maybe even we would have done last year, but only because we had increased it. So at least we're already there. But James, the good news is, right, I mean, for us climbing out of this back to where we need to be, when we do get back to normal, it will happen inevitably. We're going to climb a lot faster back to being able to put reserve together again because of Measure C. And a little bit because of Measure G.
Yep.
But is there anything else at this point? I see all this. I just want to make sure. I know we're all about cut. I think we were proactive pre-COVID to get our income, our tax base up. But at this point, is there anything we should be looking at? Because obviously, even when we get out of this and we're back to normal, we're still going to be treading water, getting the reserve back to a reasonable level. We've hit G, we've hit C. Is there anything else on the tax base horizon that we should be considering, or ideas we have about, how we're going to make up some of that when we need to get there?
Yeah, I mean, the thing a lot of cities have done recently, I think it was something like 35 cities across the state have looked at a sales tax initiative. You can see in the first page of our staff report, what we said is we're in an interesting position where our long-term outlook is good, but our short-term outlook is bad. Yeah. So for me, the problem with not problem, but the reason that doesn't help us right now, the problem is it doesn't help us right now. Our challenge is getting through the next few months. And then after that, we are on a long-term positive if we can get through this situation. And I think part of it is we did these things up front. We had Measure C approved, the hotel tax, just before this. We had Measure G on the ballot, set up on the ballot just before this. We've managed our costs. We started doing that immediately. So there's not a whole lot left to do right now, other than it would be get a line of credit. You know, that's really it. So.
And Randy, I know you had a question. Can I just follow real quick, James, on the sales tax increase? Though we don't have a lot of high. I mean, we don't sell a lot of stuff in town.
No.
So I don't even know. I mean, I don't think it would. Anyway, are there any other options? The only reason I'm saying is if we're looking long term, some of these things have a longer window because they have to be voted on and other stuff. And I want to make sure we're not, you know, it doesn't have to be tonight, but I want to make sure we're all contemplating the get out of this, not just deal with it while we're in it, but get out of it and get our reserve back. I hate raising taxes. I think we've done everything we can, but I just want to make sure if there are any other brainstorm creative ideas, we don't miss them because we, you know, obviously we got to get them cooking so we can get them on the ballots as soon as possible if necessary.
Yeah. So there's, you know, hotel tax. We are now the highest, or one of the highest hotel taxes in the area. So there's not much we could do there. Sales tax, like you said, it just doesn't make the impact here. And it might be more burdensome than helpful. The one thing that we always have the ability to is we approve, and you know, we just set this, so I wouldn't recommend it, but we just set the cannabis tax at 3%, but we have, you know, the ability to adjust that if we choose to. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's so as far as new revenue.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I wish.
No, I promise I'm not supporting raising it yet. I promise.
I'm being polite. I'm being polite.
I can get creative. You might not like it though. No, I'm just kidding.
Mayor, one thing it's always interesting, and I think James hit it on the head. That the short-term problems are greater than the long-term. But what's interesting to me is when you hear the word tax, I'm sure anyone and everyone that's listening to this conversation already started squirming in their seat when they hear, well, you can only squeeze that, you know, that sponge so hard before it, you know, nothing runs out of it anymore. So we've got to be careful there. But I think what this really to me leads to is we've talked about it for years. I don't know. We've talked about it almost every year that I've been on council, and that's how to figure out how to diversify the economics of this community. And so again, for 6 years, I'll raise my hand and say, no, I haven't done anything under my watch that's created any more diversity than what's here. So I'm going to bring that up at future agenda meetings, because I have a thought on how we can do it. But I think that's one of the things we need to look at is how can we bring in a different level of revenue and how we can enhance our businesses and also enhance the value of our community by bringing other tangible businesses that will fit Ojai. So we've got to figure out how to do that, and I'm going to make a suggestion later on tonight about it. But it's critical.
Yeah, ditto to that, Randy. I mean, we're a little, you know, we haven't turned the corner on getting out of this thing to do that yet, but I'm with you. I know Bill's passionate about that. Everybody, I mean, Susan, Betsy, we're all passionate about that. I wish there was an easy answer, but you know, in this topic, which is, you know, in a weird way, the most economic development discussion this council's had in a long time, right? And it'd be well before any of us were here. It doesn't get talked about a lot. And looking at what we've done and seeing, you can see how, you know, our thank goodness, our reserve will always have to be higher as long as we are a one-trick pony. Mm-hmm. If we are that reliant on hospitality tourism, that means we're also all of the eggs are in one basket and we're in a high-risk situation. It means that if there's a downturn in a different part of the economy, we could end up not bearing the burden of it as badly. But between the Thomas Fire, 2008, and this, we've seen that we never dodge these bullets as a community. It's going to be difficult. We always are going to have to keep a bigger reserve than other communities. And I'm with you, Randy. We're going to have to figure out how to do that. I know, we're talking about the chamber later, but I do know, and Bill's very passionate, but everybody's passionate about this. Everybody. The broadband stuff is, you know, hopefully maybe the ticket when we have the luxury of
one aspect
money again, rather than saving it.
So I have, I think, just two more quick slides, which is a little bit on Measure C. We wanted to just kind of talk about that because it hasn't been the, the exciting, a glamorous thing that we were hoping it would be, but it's been very critical even just under these circumstances. And so just to give people an idea, we thought by now we should have collected about $1.5 million in Measure C tax in normal times. We've instead collected about almost a little less than $500,000. So, everything is impacted. We're seeing that with Measure C as well. But the positive thing is, again, this is funding that we didn't have before that can now be used to complete certain projects in certain key areas. And so it's things that we would have had to put off otherwise. And it's not the most exciting list yet, but we're going to get to the next slide where I think it is something people want to see. But, we had some danger, light poles that had become a hazard. We were able to get those fixed over at Sarzati. We didn't have to delay that like in the past. We had a huge increase in tree maintenance and fire fuel removal to $120,000 or so. We've had enhanced code compliance, particularly focused on the gas engine, the landscape equipment prohibition. And then the biggest thing for us so far is we got $1 million grant for the Stewart Canyon project that required about a $75,000 in-kind contribution. And instead of having to pass on that because we didn't have the contribution available, we were able to utilize Measure C to open up this $1 million in funding for that project that's ongoing. And then there's some things, these are almost embarrassing. Our city hall roof had been leaking for, almost a decade, it sounds like. And we are able to do things like get those fixed and continue to, provide services to residents. So again, not the exciting list we're all hoping for yet, but it's helping right now to keep some of these things going. And then it'll be really helpful coming up soon with the key thing being, so again, just to reiterate, we've received about $500,000 in funding for Measure C. We've identified about $450,000 in just things that were absolutely critical. And then, so that only leaves about $50,000 in Measure C right now. But what we are planning to recommend to council in June, but we're going to start planning for it. And so we just wanted to have this discussion, is that street paving would, if we didn't have Measure C, would just be, essentially it would be canceled this year. There wouldn't be funding for it. And that's particularly challenging this year because Casitas is going to be doing a lot of their projects, which means that there's going to be streets that will need repair because, after their work. And so we are starting to look at this and we are looking at Measure C. And if it recovers the way we're expecting it to with a realistic level is what I'd say, not expecting it to go back to 100%, but just expecting it to go back to what it was 3 or 4 months ago. We could receive what we're estimating is about $800,000 to $1 million between now and October, between that and a street tax that we receive. And so I'm sorry, I think it's a gas tax, but it goes towards streets. And so again, in normal, if we hadn't done Measure C, we would just not be able to do it. What we're saying is we're going to start with the plan to come to council in June. We're going to start earmarking those for paving to be able to still, after all of this and the pandemic, still be able to pave this year, which is, again, not maybe the most glamorous thing, but it shows you how important this funding is because this is why in the past, these things have just been deferred, for what was it? We had said 5 years ago, we were on a 30-year repaving cycle for paving that lasts 15 years. And now Measure C is showing how it's going to help keep that on track and shorten it over time. So
James,
well, yeah, yes.
James, is also part of this budget going to have to coincide with the Casitas mainline work that's taking place?
That's our plan, exactly.
It's not necessarily additional street paving. It's going to be working alongside Casitas and the upgrade of the water system replacement that they're doing.
Yes, that's true. But because Casitas, we knew that their work was coming. We had coordinated where most of the streets that Casitas is going to work on were due for paving over the last couple of years. So they are streets that need it too. So. And so that's really the presentation in a nutshell. If I had to summarize it, would be the pandemic's impacted us probably what we expected. I think worse than most cities. We've been able to get through it for 11 months. At this point, if things reopen modestly, we should be able to get through this continuing, but we just have to watch everything very closely. And we are going to start earmarking Measure C to come back to council in June with the recommendation for that to be used for street paving. And council then can talk about that and prioritizing those streets as well. So that's kind of our mid-year budget review. And like I said, the one action we're requesting, obviously council can give any feedback or direction, but the action we're requesting is the approval of the interfund loan of approximately $430,000. And it was recommended by the budget committee on Wednesday as well.
James. Any public, oh, sorry, Bill, question?
No, I was going to make a motion. Sorry.
Any public comment on this, Gail?
No public comments.
We had received one written public comment from Mr. Miley, just supporting the report and recommendation.
Okay. Bill? Yeah.
With thanks to the budget committee and staff, I want to move that we move approval of the receive and file of the mid-year budget review, authorize the city manager to execute an inter-fund loan of approximately $430,000, and 3, provide direction to staff as recommended by staff for the Measure C and capital improvement project priorities.
I'll second it.
May we have a vote, please, Gail?
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Haney.
Oh, yes.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. And thank you, James, for all that work and bring this time. Could we please take a 7th inning stretch, gentlemen and Souza?
Yeah.
Sure.
Sounds like a
And
band.
thanks again, budget committee guys. I know what that entails. Thank you very much. I'm a refugee from that committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
It should be less work now. There's so much less budget.
Oh, I'd rather have the work and have the budget.
Right? I think it's a lot less work where there's plenty of money.
This is Ryan. This is where less means more.
I got to tell you, I mean, I'm impressed. The lights are still on. It's not bad. I mean, that loan we might have to take, I would have bet you all that money that we wouldn't still be here by now, right? I would have guaranteed you we weren't on Zoom by 2021, especially what's going to be February here in
11
not very
months.
many days.
Yep. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Ryan, we both are in the city and out of the city, and I deal with a lot of general contractors and just contractors in general.
Yeah.
And every one of them says that when they come to our community, that the service that they're receiving from building and safety and from planning exceeds everyone in the county. If you look at our parks, you look at our streets, you look at our downtown corridor, you look at everything that makes us good, our services have not fallen off.
Yeah.
And we probably should have said that while we were live, but James and staff, just everyone's pulling in the same direction. And it's
well, I can tell you, Randy, I deal with government a lot in my job, and not that I enjoy dealing with the city of Ojai government more than others. Present company excluded. I mean, not excluded. I mean, excluded. No, but honestly, it's such a. I mean, you can't get in the government center, right? If I want to file, if I want to record a document, I got to mail it. I don't know where it goes. I mean, there's just so much stuff that is just overall delayed. And I know, we're still moving over here. I mean, it's there's a little bit of benefit of being smaller for that. Mm-hmm. That, the wave goes over your head a touch, but it could also just blow you out of the water. But we've stayed pretty solid during all this, and it's good. A lot of contractors I know have always liked dealing with Ojai better than the county, which
You guys don't get to hear all my complaints all the time. James does, but I walk Sarasota Park almost every day, and when I'm seeing roses pruned at the right time of the year, and I'm seeing grasses edged and sidewalks cleaned, and our services haven't fallen off, and we need to figure out how to say thank you to the staff, and obviously we say thank you a lot to James, but everyone is pulling their weight right now, and it's a good feeling that you see these things in our community. It's just a good feeling.
Yeah, we know it's not easy, and government's been decimated. I mean, I was talking to somebody at a League of California Cities thing online, and they were talking about how just devastated City Hall was with COVID and staff. I mean, just so many things that were just so tough. And I know nobody's exempt from it, but it just makes it so much harder during all this. And, James, to make sure you pass that along. I think what Randy and I are saying, and I think this is echoed through everybody, is, we don't get to see everybody face to face. I probably talk with more staff dealing council related stuff on, because I talked to Lucas this week, but make sure everybody knows it doesn't go unnoticed. We don't get to see everybody. I hope they're not all watching because they have better things to do. If they are, wonderful. But honestly, I mean, thank you to all the people in-house who, frankly, have been doing a fantastic job. And, obviously goes for you too, Matt, but all the staff that's there. I mean, I've been to City Hall a few times where I was there, and I talked to you for 2 minutes, and there was a line of 4 people coming to drop stuff off. People were going inside. People were just banging on the door. It was all business licenses. That's what it was. Everybody wanted their business license because of all the loan stuff out there. And it was unbelievably easy. And that was not for me. That was, not everybody was getting a fair, where I'm not kidding, Randy. A simple document like a business license today in most cities is like, good luck, we'll talk to you in April.
Right.
And that's not how we're running it. So
trust me, I pulled permits in the entire county, and it's a nightmare because one, you can't talk to anyone, so you can't go in with a preliminary design and say, can I do this? Can I do this? Can I do this? There's nothing. So you're on your own. You submit it, then you get it back, and it's like, oh my God, all these corrections. Then you submit it, then it's send it back, more corrections. Bill's doing things down in Huntington Beach. It's everywhere. Mm-hmm. We should be internally grateful for the staff that we have here and the community here, because again, everyone is just doing what they need to do.
Yeah.
Everyone is.
Stay staff.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Well, shall we keep going? Item 5, Topa Topa Brewery.
Thank you. And I think we have a couple of people probably joining us for this item as well, a representative from Topa Brewing Company. But I'll give a quick overview and then we can get into it. A little bit of background on this project is that in December of 2017, the Planning Commission approved the Topa Brewery project. And as part of that, the Planning Commission approved a variance that waived about $106,000 in parking fees, but instead required right-of-way improvements to that intersection in front of Topa Brewery at the corner of Montgomery and Ojai Avenue. And so over the couple of years from 2017 to 2019, the Planning Commission revised those conditions. They approved them and then they revised them for clarity. And the city ultimately issued a temporary certificate of occupancy in November of 2018, which allowed the business to open. But it was temporary because the improvements had not been completed. Typically, temporary certificate of occupancies are issued when only minor items remain. And typically those are items that do not impact health, safety, or welfare of patrons. And so the city had issued that permit in 2018, or the temporary certificate of occupancy in late 2018. So between November of 2018 and then late 2019. The improvement was not completed, as most people are probably aware. If you go at that intersection, it hasn't been rebuilt. The improvement was supposed to be the removal of two driveway cuts, or sorry, a driveway cut and on Ojai Avenue and a driveway cut on Montgomery Street, and a rebuilt ADA accessible curb ramp was supposed to be installed. Those haven't been completed yet. So in early last year, 2020, we reached out to TOPA to start the process to get that work done. In July of 2020, TOPA obtained a permit from Caltrans, which expired on December 31st, 2020, but has been extended and was extended through March 31st of 2021. So there's an active valid Caltrans permit. Per the city's conditions on the project is supposed to be completed within 6 months of issuance of that Caltrans permit. And so we've been working with them. We gave them a 1-month extension through February 10th, 2021. And so right now, as we stand, they have TOPA has a permit from Caltrans that's good through March 31st, and a permit from us that's good through February 10th, 2021. And so we are at a point where we've met with TOPA Brewery to discuss some options. TOPA has stated that COVID, the severe financial strain due to COVID has caused them to be at a point where they are not able to complete the project as it's been designed. The current design has the curb ramp and the curb extension. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that earlier. It was a curb ramp and a curb extension, but the current design has a curb ramp and a curb extension. The design we estimate would cost between $85,000 to $109,000 to complete at this point. And so we've been meeting with TOPA Brewery to talk about options. And in the report, we laid out 5 options that we are working on with TOPA Brewery. I'll go through those quickly just so we can understand what we're talking about here. Option 1 was we had talked to TOPA about a 2-year repayment plan where they would pay the total amount, but pay it over 2 years in 8 payments. We had executed a term sheet with TOPA Brewery, but we recently started to talk to them about, with our financial issues, about instead of doing a 2-year repayment plan, doing an upfront payment instead. And the idea being that we just accept a flat amount upfront and then we would make the repair. So that's option 2. And the most recent, we were working on this after the agenda was printed and trying to finalize it. The most recent was an offer of $52,500 as of September 3rd, or by September 30th. So in essence, that 2-year repayment offer we've moved on from, but we talked to them about the upfront payment for $52,500 by September 30th. We had requested the payment to be made earlier, but September 30th was the earliest that TOPA indicated they could repay it. The third option is we do have a $70,000 bond. That's something we can call and move forward on if we choose to. Option 4 is the council could choose not to make any modification to the design or to the approvals, in which case the permit would expire, or the extension would expire on February 10th, so the permit would expire, and then we'd start the process of potentially revoking the temporary certificate of occupancy. And option 5 would be we could just grant a time extension and keep all other conditions in place. So there's 5 potential arguments, or 5 potential options. The upfront payment, we were working with TOPA Brewery, option 2. We were very close to getting to the point where we thought that we could get the ADA accessibility done really quickly by taking that option. And so the only issue on that was the timing. So I think that is something worth talking about and considering if we would want to make that repair and just have to wait a couple of months for repayment. But those are the essentially 4 options since the reimbursement agreement's off the table to move forward. And I probably glossed right over this, but the issue obviously is Topa. Our goal is to finalize their certificate of occupancy and move this project forward and get the improvement done for the community. If we weren't to finalize the certificate of occupancy and if we were to revoke, it would impact Topa's ability to stay open. So just to be clear to everybody what that means. So with that, the item is available for council discussion.
And before the council has their questions and comments, let me jump in with 3 further points. One is, Ms. Davis, could you let in, I understand there have been listening as attendees, but can you promote to panelists 2 individuals, Jack Dyer and Chris Cohen, the owner and lawyer for the entities? I'm sure they'll have comments at the appropriate time. Thank you. Second, as noted, staff extended substantial time in negotiations trying to come to an agreement. We were not able to reach an agreement, but we were able to get close, and we are looking for direction from council on the options as laid out by the city manager. The other key to bear in mind is that the options are all about how Topa Topa Brewery would pay. The city would be the one doing the work, were we to accept an upfront payment. The other, or if the city were to call the bond, the make no modification option would, of course, Topa Topa Brewery would have to complete improvements as required. And the other question inherent, if the city is to do the work, is the scope of the improvements to do. Is it the current full scope as previously designed and engineered, or would it be a reduced scope, right-sized to reflect what is critically necessary and what would be adjusted in light of the city's economic circumstances as just reviewed? With that, we're available for questions. Thank you.
Yes, Souza?
Yeah. Have they paid, somewhere in my notes, I'd written down that they have a $30,000 credit?
They have, I'm happy to cover that one. James, jump in if you have further thoughts. Topa Topa Brewery has spent, I understand, something in the neighborhood of $30,000 on engineering costs to date.
On what? On a what?
On engineering costs to date.
Engineering, okay.
But whether that counts as a credit against their obligation is a policy choice for the council. In other words,
it's not necessarily a credit, but council could choose to give credit for that.
Okay, I'm just asking. So that's not for the actual. Well, it seems like it should count. Not necessarily toward the 52,000, but it should count. It should be acknowledged at least.
It is acknowledged, yes. It was the cost necessary to get to this point.
Okay, and then and you say you could simplify the design, and it would still be safe.
We would focus the design on the ADA accessibility improvements. So that would be the priority to get those ADA accessibility improvements done, and just focus on that out of the original approval.
I think it's critical we get that done as soon as possible. Mm-hmm. Before everything's running again.
Right.
Okay, that's all I have right now.
Are we in question, or are we going to wait for comments from the applicants, or are we in deliberation? I'm kind of confused.
I have a question.
I would recommend questions, then applicant comments, then any other public comments, then deliberation.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I am reading one particular thing correctly. Oh, I love these schematic plans. They're always so clear. This particular one is a lot on this little corner. All right, so on page 2 of 5 in the legal size paperwork, on the eastern right edge of the building where it says, so there's a faded outline, not one of the dark lines, that has what looks like the edge of their concrete kind of patronage area. It has 6.7 feet, then a black line, then 7.3 feet, then looks like it doesn't say exactly what that is, although it looks like maybe another bike rack, and then 6 feet and then 2 feet before it says saw cut line. I'm trying to figure out how much space we're talking about here. The way it's currently constructed is they have a little fence around their kind of seating area, and then there's sidewalk, and there's bicycle parking right there. Then there's sidewalk, and then the road. The way this looks, and if my memory serves me right, there would be 14 feet, so 6.7 plus 7.3, which would be 14 total, from the edge of where anybody sit, from the railing of the rail of the fence guarding kind of where you're sitting internally, 6.7 feet of bike rack, 7.3 feet of sidewalk, and then you're only to the part where we're trying to do the improvement on the part of the street. Is that correct?
So it's the 6.3 feet is where the bike racks currently are.
6.7 and then 7.3.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sorry. Yeah. And then the 7.3 is the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And then the additional part would be this, the originally proposed curb extension.
But currently, and that's what I thought, outside of the bike rack that's already there, that they already have installed, there's 7.3 feet of open sidewalk at that point, and 6+ feet of bike rack to the west of it. Okay,
right.
Just want to make sure it's not. That's much wider than most side. I mean, right? I mean, that's not. I'm not making that up. 7.3 feet is wider than most of the aprons along businesses we have in, or anything.
Yes.
Yeah, it's wide there. We've during COVID we went out and met with them, like we did all businesses, or most restaurants, about doing some outdoor dining options and things. And
right, and it's there now, right? It's not drawn on here, but that would be on this 7.3 edge below where the extension is going currently. It's almost like what's currently there is an extension of the proposed curb cut in a way, right? I mean, is that, or curb bulb out? I don't know if it's 6 feet wide or not, but it's not. It's somewhat similar though, right, James, to what they currently have?
Yeah, it's similar to what they currently have.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. I just want to make sure. That was my question. Thank you.
Other questions? Oh,
Mayor?
yep. Randy?
I don't know where to start. I have so many. Can I just off the top of my head, the first question is, how did we allow the Planning Commission to make the exchange they did early on and waive the fees that were necessary for parking? Is that, if no one wants to answer that question, that's a concern of mine that I think we have to address sometime sooner or later. But I'm not sure that should have even happened from the get-go. The second thing, I guess, is, again, I'm trying to get the timeline here. They initiated, the first approval was in 2017, correct?
Yes.
And then 2018 is when they started construction?
On Topa, yes.
And so between 2017 and 2018, were they aware that they had to make these improvements? That was part of the condition of construction?
Yes, and they were working with the staff at that time on that. Yeah.
But they were aware of this starting at 2017 through 2018 through 2019, and then it says here in 2019 is when they finally got their Caltrans permit.
It was
the Caltrans permit was
2020
issued last year.
Yeah, July.
So they applied for it more than likely at the end of 2019. So again, you see, I guess the problem I'm having is I'm just seeing some negligence here, and I don't know if it's on us or on them. They went into a design and they paid $30,000 for that. You would have thought that they would have built that design cost into their construction development cost. So I don't know why I think I have to waive that or give that any more consideration than anything else. If you're designing a project and that's part of the scope of work is to improve the ADA and your sidewalks, that's just part of doing business. So I'm lost on how in 2020 that we're negotiating something that should have been initiated in 2017, 2018, and the applicant should have been aware of and should have done. So those are concerns. And the next concern I have is, how did we allow them occupancy without having the ADA done? Much less, why did we allow them to have occupancy without seeing the Caltrans permit in hand, so that we could then say, okay, you've got 6 months to get this in, and we know that you have a permit to do it. And then on top of that is, I imagine while you're getting the Caltrans permit, you've got to submit something to Caltrans. So there should have been some type of a design done. Is the design that's in our packet, is this the most recent, or was there an initial design giving to them in 2017 or 2018 so they knew exactly what they were looking at regarding construction costs on doing these improvements? So you see, I'm lost in this whole process here. I don't know who's not been honest. Have we not been honest, or have they not been honest? Or is there just been so much gray that it's not about honesty, it's just about a lot of stuff falling through the cracks? So I'm looking forward. I'm sure the applicants are hearing this. I'm looking to hear their version of it, and then we'll come back to staff and get clarification from our side. But this has gone on way too long, and I don't know. I'm just lost at what the impasse. Someone's responsible. Someone was told that they were responsible. Someone agreed to be responsible, and now we're in the 5th year, and we're still determining as who's going to be responsible to do it. So I've got a multitude of concerns here, and I hope I was clear in what they are.
Let's hear from the applicants. Can we hear from the applicants? Can we get a response from the applicants?
Absolutely. This is Jack Dyer, founder and CEO of Topa Topa Brewing Company. I'm an Ojai resident, live here in town. We love our Ojai tap room. It's one of my favorite places on earth. We love being a part of this community. One of our core values here at Topa Topa is community spirit. And we entered into this, and I did send a detailed email to every council member that outlined, I thought, as succinctly as possible, what has become just an extremely long, drawn out process. So I thank council for your review of that, and I thank staff for taking the time to build the report that they built. I do think there was a couple key omissions from staff's report as we saw it that I tried to highlight. Thank you, Councilwoman Francina, for highlighting that we are $30,000 into this project already. The amount that we've spent on engineering was pretty much solely spent to satisfy what I consider an extremely overbuilt project. The right-hand turn radius off of Highway 150 became very difficult with the Public Works team's proposed design that was well outside of the scope that we signed up for. Councilman Haney, to give you some perspective on the timing, because obviously, yes, it has drawn on for way longer than any of us thought. When we went and gained approval for the project, we did go to Planning Commission to try and get a reduced or a waived parking waiver, because I believe I had the number at $118,000 is what the proposed parking amount would have been. That would have made our project not viable. Our total budget for the Ojai build out and tap room was $250,000. So we were able to do that because we were able to move away from that parking issue. In exchange for that, we agreed to the Planning Commission's conditions, but the conditions, perhaps, and this was probably our mistake early on, was not making them more concrete. But they proposed changing or replacing 2 curb cuts, one on Montgomery, one on Ojai Avenue, a curb extension, which was quite vague, and a handicap accessible curb ramp at the corner of Ojai Avenue and Montgomery. Through a cursory review, I own a brewery. We do a lot of concrete work. We had our concrete guy come out and take a look at it. He kind of told me and said, this will probably cost you around $30,000, $35,000. So great. We moved forward with the project, understanding that that would be the total cost of the project. So that did work within the metrics of what we were planning and what our business plan had for our downtown Ojai location. What has transpired in the time since then, and that probably puts you at that 2018 timeframe, 2019 timeframe when we signed. It took us a year to build and get the project approved, build it, get open, and so we've been operating under this temporary occupancy since then. The project, as designed by the Public Works team at the city of Ojai, went well beyond the scope of what our planning commission conditions required. And that's why it took 2 years to get an approval through Caltrans. I can tell you just from my management of the project, because that was kind of what happened in this situation. It was just sort of like the city got to design it and I had to manage it the whole time while managing my business and everything else. So we must have spent a year going back and forth between Caltrans and our engineering firm to figure out how to get a truck to make a right-hand turn off of the 150. And then there was another challenge of getting water out. So I think there's a really expensive line item in some of the bids that we have, close to like $27,000 for a rain gutter to get water out of the project. And I can just tell you that I was met every step of the way with an expanded project. It includes bike racks. We've paid for landscaping architecture. We've paid for a lot of different things. So that we've played ball on. But at this point, similar to, it was great to see James's presentation and how prudently what he's done for the city and managed their expenditures. I've had to do the same thing for my business that employs 65 people in the region, 25 residents here. So all we're at right now is that given the time of COVID and what we're facing here, is for some consideration that we all take a second look at the requirements that were established before COVID was even a thing, before none of us could have imagined what COVID has done to all of us, the city and our business. That we need to make sure that the scope and the timing of this project is appropriate to do right now, given the constraints that all of us are facing. The city's on budget constraints. We're on a severe budget constraint. The calling of our bond, which has kind of been held over our head along with our occupancy when in our dealings with city staff, the calling of our bond would potentially put us out of business. Then you'd have an empty location on the main corner in Ojai, which I think is prudent, is just unnecessary at this point. We're willing and able to make some compromises, but I do think that we should look at the totality of what the project has become versus what Planning Commission told us we were going to have to do and what we signed up for. It certainly didn't include landscaping. It certainly didn't include a multitude of bike racks. It certainly didn't include, 2 or 3 big curb bulb outs that I see all over town when I walk my dog and go for my morning run. So that's not what we signed up for, and that's why we're here before council today. I know I do have my legal counsel, Chris Cohen, here too, and we're happy to entertain any questions you guys have. We're an open book on this. We reached out in good faith. I think I reached out probably the second or third week of the initial close down in April, proactively to the city to say, hey, I anticipate this being a problem now that we're closed. Our business has been fairly decimated this year. Super proud that we haven't had to exercise too many layoffs, so we've been able to continue to pay folks in our limited capacity. Even when we're operating this year due to COVID restrictions, we're probably operating about 40% of what we normally would, which is just not how our business plan works. So we're asking for some consideration here for us to make a deal to move the project forward and hopefully not shutter a small business in town.
So, yeah, can I ask a question of Jack?
Yeah.
I'm not on mute, am I? Okay. So you are able, the last I heard, you are willing and able to pay the 52,000 on September 30th, but the city would like it within this fiscal cycle in June. Is that correct? We would like to have it by June 30th. Am I understanding that right?
That would be up to the city for James and Matt to answer. For us, pushing it as far away. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, your request is postponing till September 30th, but the city would like it in June, by the end of June. Is that correct? If we choose that option.
The recommendation from the city manager would be to have the payment received this fiscal year, thus by the end of June.
Yes.
Say, of course, council member, the city, that is the council's choice. And so that's where it's staff's recommendation will be end of June. What the council would like is, of course, the question on the table.
Yes, okay.
And we're bringing the offer forward. So, council has the discretion to do that. I think for us, the main thing is we are trying to get this improvement done. Like mentioned earlier, when businesses, although now the state order changed yesterday, but we were trying to get it done at a key time, an opportune time. So we were trying to get it done quickly without having to carry the cost for a very long period of time. So,
Mayor Sticks, can you see all of us?
Yeah, Bill's raising his hand.
Okay.
Indulge me for a few minutes here. I promise, just a few. I think Jack is actually quite accurate. I've been watching this project for years. And certainly the intent, as I heard it expressed during the Planning Commission hearings, when this was approved, was ADA compliance, cross slopes, the ramp. That was the discussion, and I can confirm that because I witnessed that personally. The deep problem I have here is that this council has repeatedly insisted on being involved in policy decisions about designs like, curb out, curb extensions, planter beds, things beyond the ADA. This is really staff deciding to put in some complete streets goals without council approval and beyond certainly the original intent and what was discussed at the time of approval. Now, there were problems with, I think, all concerned, including staff, in terms of how these improvements that were meant to be ADA were not done at the front end. But that's past. But what I don't understand is sort of the staff getting involved in making these expansions beyond ADA, especially in the sense, I know that Councilman Francina and I already had interacted with Public Works on some very aggressive curb extensions on the other side that were going to make it very difficult for the businesses on that stretch of South Montgomery, and we worked, on getting that straightened out and come back to council, and we reviewed it. And so here we have the staff, the Public Works people, putting in something that goes far beyond and also talks about, problematical, I think, expansions into the street, right turns, businesses are concerned about it. And what I would hope we can do here, and I'm just going to throw this out, and not an emotion, but hope we can do here, is go back to what was originally discussed in the Planning Commission meetings. Get these cross slopes corrected, get the curb height done correctly, get the ramp with the truncated domes in. In other words, do the ADA and start there. If we want to add, this is going to be part of the ATP project. If we want to add enhancements, then that goes by council as part of the further work. But I don't think it's appropriate to add on these additional policy goals to the applicant we should be just talking about getting the ADA compliance done. That's my feeling.
Randy?
So I would agree with that statement, but I think that part of what we're trying to achieve tonight also is how to prevent this from reoccurring. And that's why I just fundamentally have big concerns about exactly what Councilman Wyrick is talking about. Do we do ADA design work for applicants on a regular basis? So I'm lost why we're even a part of the engineering on this project. If we made an agreement with Jack and he knew what he had to do, it's his responsibility to go hire an engineer. It's his responsibility to get the proper permitting. My concern would be if Jack wasn't told all of the things that he would need to do to meet this requirement. So, I've seen, planning commission meetings where the applicant's standing up there and he feels like he's at the mercy of the commission and they're making deals and making exchanges and doing this. I'm not sure Jack knew what he was getting into on the get-go. That's part of what I'm hearing. But somewhere in here, the applicant had to have met with the public works director. They had to make an agreement as to what the applicant needed to do to meet the agreement. And that's why I keep going back to, maybe I can get this clarified later on, and so I don't bog you all down with it, but it just bugs the daylights out of me that we're holding this gentleman hostage for how many years? We're holding the community hostage for how many years? Because we can't get out of our own way. So, I'm willing to listen to more. When I read the packet, I'll be honest with you, I had no problem going after the bond. I just felt in that moment that was what was warranted. If we can figure out how to take the design that's been approved by Caltrans so that there's no more additional funds spent by the applicant and make that work to be ADA compliant, I'd be more than willing to move this ball forward tonight. But I'm not sure that we can do that if this is an approved plan by Caltrans. I don't know what's going to take to get an approval from them and how long that's going to take. So you can see where there's a box here that's wide open that we've got that we're all jumping into.
Mayor Sticks?
Oh, yeah.
Randy, you and I both done a lot of this. We have the permitted approved plans that include the ADA compliance. That's in this permit. You don't have to do all the work of the permit to execute some parts of the permit. You can execute the strict ADA compliance only components, and then draw up the field modifications and submit it to Caltrans for approval. They had trouble with the reason for this delay was they didn't like this decrease of the radius for trucks to begin with. I think they'd be thrilled to see this go back to just strict ADA compliance and not this obstruction on the right turn. So we have the components permitted that we can do in these drawings.
Well, and just one more thought on that, and I'll stop speaking. But again, I don't even know how anyone could come up with doing a curb extension on the busiest corner in Ojai and thinking that that's just okay to ram down someone's throat to do. I'm lost at that.
And without council approval. And without council approval.
Complete streets are guidelines. Not everything that we do regarding streets and curbs and sidewalks requires us to include them in it. They're guidelines. They're if we can. So again, I'm disappointed that someone decided they stuffed this aspect down an applicant's throat. So again, I see a lot of problems here, but like I said, I'm willing to move forward if we can agree on something.
If I could jump in there on that suggestion. My suggestion at this point, unless there's of course further questions from other council members, would be to then see if there are any other public commenters on this item. If so, take their comment. If not, or once complete, then return back to council, and it might be appropriate for a motion and then deliberation on that motion. Thank you.
But can we still ask the question of the applicant? Well, after, I want to hear what Ryan has to say. Yeah.
Ryan,
Yeah, questions are always in order, of course.
you have a question before public question? You gotta
You're
turn
muted,
your mic
Ryan.
on. You're muted, yep.
Let me talk out loud. If Matt thinks we should finish public comment before we deliberate, then I'm okay with that as well.
That'd be my suggestion, just to
We
keep
can, I think,
record clean.
Souza, for your concern, I think we can keep Jack and Chris as applicants around, but make sure there's no public comment. That doesn't close the public hearing, but it does keep the, right, Matt? It just is the.
Yes, and as noted, this is not a formal capital H public hearing.
Okay.
But I would recommend keeping Mr. Dyer and Mr. Cohen available for further questions from council. And I'm just not sure if there's other public commenters, and that I'll turn to the mayor and Ms. Davis.
There are no other public comments.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
All right, check.
Well, I just want to say this was before I was on the council, and there's a couple problems here. I've talked with Jack. I haven't talked with Chris, but Chris, I know you're out there. Hello, a colleague of mine, one of our great attorneys in town. Jack made the mistake of trusting the city, right? That's his ultimate problem here. We can't blame people for doing that. They made an agreement that was open-ended. My advice would be don't do that. My advice would have a not to exceed number, more specifics, a more, pardon the pun, concrete idea of what is going to happen. That turned into a little bit of mission creep. I've seen this happen before. I think I'm not the only one who's seen this before, where Public Works gets involved and the idea of what we can do versus what we is appropriate for the applicant. Jack said they spent about $250,000 on repurposing what was, let's not forget, a former dry cleaners for the purpose of repurposing otherwise, a business that wasn't doing really well, that had some issues and in an awkward location. And I don't hold it against them in the parking situation because this was approved and there is no real available parking in their particular application for where they are. There's just nothing they could do. But if we were to say, yeah, spend $120,000 on top of a $250,000 installation, I have to believe Jack 100% that the answer would have been, it's not going to happen here. And these things aren't without context. I know that Topa had a sign in the window at the Jim Miller property for a long time. They thought they were going to go in there. A lot of the investors in these businesses, because we don't allow chain stores, we don't have big corporations, we don't want those. But these means local investors, private money, people who are in our community help support these businesses and get them up and running. So I do feel empathy for the applicant here that it crept much higher than they anticipated. And I think an appropriate payment is there. But this corner is not a traffic calming corner. This has natural traffic calming. This is the worst intersection. If I had I've told this to the council before, James is going to hear me say it again. If I had my druthers, I'd put a concrete curb across all of right across Montgomery Street and have nobody. That's where it says stop there twice. Get rid of it. I would have that capped. I would do parking in here. I'd let people drive up that road and go into the ingress and egress out of the businesses. We'd have additional parking, and we would also slow down the Creek Road calculation. So the extension of this is very far. The reason I brought up the distance is, there's full length bicycle parking. Jack has already put that in. I know there's more bicycle stuff. I parked my bike there I don't know how many times. There's tons of room. There's a big, on that side of the street, unlike the other, on the Agave Maria side, where it's uneven and there's other issues, it's much more narrow. But this seems extensive, and it seems like it is, if the council, and I don't want to revisit some decision that was made, but from what I'm hearing from Mr. Wyrick and Mr. Haney was that the council didn't really review this before. It seems excessive, and it seems like the wrong corner. And the fact that the engineering bill got to $30,000 seems unreasonable. The fact that there were some problems with the turn radius that were maybe miscalculated, and Jack didn't have anything to do with that. That was the staff at the city took on the engineering aspect on their own, is my understanding. And some things blew up in costs. Doesn't seem fair to charge him for. I wish this had gone through planning and they could have told us what number they legitimately anticipated. because it doesn't work with what you want. The other thing is, right, we all know this, everybody here knows this. You can have the same project and the same plans and go out to 5 different contractors, and anywhere from $150,000 to $60,000 could be the bids you get back. Having it out of the control of the applicant and just open-ended to, hey, pay us whatever we tell you you're going to have to pay, doesn't incentivize the contractor that's bidding it to bid a reasonable amount either. They're hearing, hey, the city's got somebody on the hook for this whole contraption. There's also a lot of this that I agree could be picked up under the ATP. I mean, I think this is one of our intersections as well that we're looking at for various things. So all that being said, I don't want to ruin the trust of our applicants. I don't think this problem would occur if it were to go through the process again today. I think there's different staff and some understanding on how we would do this. And I think, well, I know Jack's learned his lesson probably having to be here again, but ultimately, nobody would do anything with this particular property that we permitted them to do. We asked them to do if there was 25% or 50% of the cost of the entire business was going to be, extraneous city curb situation improvements. And it doesn't mean you get away for free. We all get that. You want to build a new business, curb improvements are common. They're always there. I mean, it's a necessary evil when you want to put something like this together, and it's good for the community. But I'm not even sure what the extent of this curb cut on that particular intersection, if it's really a benefit to the community. And as far as the principles behind the complete streets, which in general, I think we all agree with, most of them in general on the right applications, this is not a traffic calming corner. In fact, here, traffic calming could cause more problems than help because, right, we all know North Montgomery comes down, goes straight into a parking lot. It's not even no Ojai resident in their right mind, even during the week, but especially on the weekend, goes on South Montgomery and tries to turn left onto Ojai Avenue unless they have about 20 minutes worth of time that they just want to spend sitting in their car. This is all part of a really bad area already, but this doesn't look like it's a fix. This looks like it's maybe more problematic. And if it was about bike traffic and pedestrian and everything else, but there's a very large apron there. And let's not forget where this particular location is, although they've used what was some frontage parking in front of the dry cleaners before is now their patio. There was still a curb, so you could pull in there. It was all extended out. I mean, it's not narrow. I've never felt congested on that curb ever being there. The crosswalk across Ojai Avenue, I think could be better. I think that direction, there could be a little more safety. That's not a great crosswalk there, and it's highly used now. And frankly, that's used more because of the brewery. That makes sense. But, I think we've got to look at this. We've got to try and make sure that we don't let this mission creep extension of a reasonable policy on the planning commission get quite this extensive, but I don't see it being reasonable that we would force this particular business to pay that much money, especially a percentage of what they've done to try and get this done. And given COVID, it doesn't make any sense at this point.
Can I just echo that, because that is the number one concern, safety, and that is by far the most dangerous crosswalk in the entire town. We all know people who died there, been hit by cars there. I've almost been hit in that crosswalk. So that seems to be the elephant in the room. In some sense, that would be the number one thing to do, right?
Is there lighting at that crosswalk yet?
It's just the word.
No, there's not.
Yeah.
So, Mayor,
on in the angle. Yeah, Randy.
we've thrown out a hypothetical number. It's totally arbitrary. I think to move this forward at this stage, that someone needs to go out and get 3 qualified bids so that the applicant really understands what he's going to be paying for. We limit the bids to the scope of work of ADA improvements only.
On the existing curb line.
On the existing curb lines.
Only.
And we get this resolved, and Jack can negotiate with James for the best possible bid, not necessarily the lowest, but the best qualified contractor. And we get this resolved if we can do that. Matt?
One clarification, because this is a public works project of over $1,000, if the city is doing the work, we're obligated by state law to take the lowest responsive and responsible bidder.
Yeah. I'm not necessarily interested in the city doing it. I think if Jack can be a part of this and he can contract out or receive the bids and then share them with James. I mean, most of the confusion that's taking place here is the applicant relying on us. Let's put this back in the applicant's hand. This is his project. Let him interview 3 reputable contractors. Let him give them these designs. Let them come back to him with the numbers. Let him present the numbers to James, and let's move this ball forward.
Bill and then Susan.
I'm going to try to break this into pieces. It's going to take more than one piece, Randy. And I want to first establish as a motion, I'm going to offer a motion, see if it passes. That we hold Mr. Dyer responsible only for the ADA compliance within the existing curb boundary, period, in terms of the responsibility of the property owner, and see if we can get that done before, then we can go on to the other issues you brought up.
So if that's a motion, I would second that. If we need to vote on it, Mayor, can we vote on it?
I have a question though. Is it worth asking? I mean, I don't know if Jack would rather pay an amount and let us handle it at this point.
Well, that's another issue.
I know that was my question. I wanted to bring Jack back in so that he can comment on what has just been stated.
Yeah, I'm just trying to put this into pieces.
Yeah.
I understand, Bill. I'm with you. I just wonder if, I mean, I don't, if he'd rather pay instead of doing it, maybe let's find out.
Let's find out. Yeah.
I think it all goes back to the question of scope, and that it was our understanding that the city staff was preferring to build out the entirety of the project as designed. That's when we engaged in conversations about how do we pay for our line items on that and exclude the rest, and that can go somewhere else. So that's kind of how we arrived at that $51,000 number that we were somewhat comfortable with. I still think that the $30,000 that we've spent should be carved into that somehow, so to maybe reduce that $51,000, because the design to me is what caused that $30,000 that we've already spent to inflate. I would necessarily improve would prefer to just wash my hands of this and move on, so I can concentrate on running my business and not building a public works development project. Because the real key, and to answer one of your questions, Randy, about like the initial thing, one of the challenges with burdening a business with this is that none of this is happening on our property. I don't own the building. I'm just a tenant. And this is even outside of my landlord who owns my building's property. So all of this is happening on city property or Caltrans property. So that becomes very hard for a private business to manage, because we're jumping through all of these hoops that, I make beer for a living. I don't develop public works projects. So I'm happy to come to an agreement on an amount and just cut ties with it. But because that's what we were negotiating with the city, with city staff, because it was our impression that they wanted to build the whole project.
Bill?
Yeah, I want to argue for my motion. I think my motion is intending to specifically say that this council is not approving this big curb out extension, planter bed, et cetera, at this time. That's not the intent of the city at this time. The intent of the city, and that's the point of my motion to see if council would agree to it, is that's for the future. Right now, we're going to define, my motion, the intent is to define the project however it's handled as right now, simply ADA compliance within the existing curb boundary.
So, Mayor, so that's what we defined as the scope of work. That's
right.
We need to know what that is.
That's what I'm trying to start with. That's the
that.
scope of work I'm defining for right now only.
So, Bill, are you saying that a subsequent issue may be how we're going to handle whether or not the applicant is taking care of the construction or us?
Yes.
We'll
Because,
do that
because
now.
I appreciate, and Randy, on this particular one, with this being all public right-of-way stuff and non-ownership building stuff, it makes sense that we would get a not to exceed number to contribute toward, and then we can add to whatever we want as far as a final bid, but we take care of the construction itself.
I'm just trying to define the scope of work under this permit, period, only.
I don't disagree with you, Ryan. So what, Mayor, if we can, let's vote on Bill's motion. Then we can move to the second phase, is actually defining who is going to procure the bids and who is going to sign up a contractor. Then we'll get to phase 3, which is what do we agree on an amount?
Right.
Do we have a second for Bill's motion?
I believe Randy seconded it.
Okay.
If
All
not,
right.
I will, but I think believe Randy.
Gail, could we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Blatz,
Yes.
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Councilmember Haney,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick.
Yes. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Now the second, Mayor, if I may, the second question is, if Jack's uncomfortable doing this, because it is, I get it, it is a public right of way, I'd have no problem if we turn it back over to Greg. What I was trying to do was to keep Jack in the process, because what's happened is Jack was not involved in the process, and all of a sudden Jack's getting thrown numbers at $120,000 and curb extensions and blah, blah, blah. So if we're going to have our public works director do this, I have no problem with that. But I would like to make sure that the 3 numbers that come in, that our public works director, our city manager, and the applicants sit down and review them together, and that they make that decision as to what they're going to pay in anything that would have to do with moving a contract forward. Do I need to make that a motion?
Well, let me ask you this, Randy.
Just the
That's
amount
what
and
a
the-
fixed, that's what a number not to exceed does, right? What it means is that you're contributing up to this amount, and the city does whatever they want. They want to put in trees, they want to make gold curbs, they do whatever. You want to spend $1 million on it, great. I'm not paying more than this towards it, because that's the projected fixed amount of what it would cost. And if the council so wishes to add ATP or whatever that might be, then that's it. I think in the same vein, trying to accomplish the same thing you are, we just agree to a number we take, and rather than it be a number to exceed, where we are now in this negotiation that Matt has gone through and James, we accept the number, and then we move on saying, we know that's the contribution from the applicant. That's exactly what it's going to be. And then we can get back a proposal for what we want and decide whether we're willing to put in the additional capital to do anything besides what that amount covers.
Well, I don't disagree with that. I think my concern is the fact that we don't know what that number is.
Well, we
So,
probably do,
so
don't we?
we're making an assumption. Let me finish, please. We're making an assumption on a number of $52,000. That seems to be what's thrown out there. And I'm hearing some people saying, oh yeah, now we should deduct $30,000 because I've spent that on engineering. I'm not a fan of that. If I'm an applicant and I'm obligated to provide this service, part of the engineering is part of that service, and it's going to be built into my cost. I'm sorry. The other thing is, we don't know what the cost of this is going to be until we get proposals. So that's why I'm giving the applicant an opportunity here to participate in that. And then we agree on to what number that is. Now, if you want to do not to exceed, what if the number comes in at $90,000 and we agree to 50? So we're going to pay $40,000 of this improvement? The taxpayers of this community?
Well,
something
the
that
only thing I'll say is,
agreed to do on the front end. That's where I struggle with this. So
I totally agree, but I think I got an answer. You know, I might be cheating because I think I got an answer for this question already. So I'm going to ask it again in public. James, do you believe an additional 52,000, if that's what we decided on, would cover? And have you asked Greg Grant or anybody else you need to, as far as the limited scope down to just the ADA compliance? Do we have any certainty that that would cover the cost for that amount?
Yes, and that's why we were trying to get that amount, is that's what we believe it'll cost to complete.
Right. So the 52,000 was really designed that at least the ADA minimum would be taken care of. But that would be, the way it currently is in addition to the 30,000 or whatever was paid in engineering.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we arrived at, and how did Greg arrive at that number?
We did an analysis and of the different components, and it came out to, and that's why we were working with Jack to try to have 52,000 as a.
See, I might agree to what the bond number is. I might agree to a $70,000 not to exceed and hope that everything comes in underneath that. That's where I might start the negotiations at, if that's what we're going to do tonight.
Let me add real quick that we did work with 2 contractors to kind of solidify that number too. So.
Yes, and this is Jack. I would I appreciate where you're coming from, Councilman Haney. We did, as James indicated, they did go out and get 2 bids. The $52,000 were the line items that we felt lined up most with our planning commission accord. My argument still, and perhaps it's calling the bonds a $70,000 right around there. Right now under this arrangement, we've already paid $30,000 in engineering fees, and at 50 plus, we're well over $80,000 into a project that represents over 35% of our total project cost going towards these ADA curb cuts replacements. So I still think that if possible, and it's a grayer area because the engineering costs ballooned because of the over-designed scope of the project. That's the primary reason those costs ballooned to the point of $30,000. Otherwise, I don't know how much they would cost because it's kind of an unknown if we had just included our improvements in there. But again, I wasn't directly involved in that, and yet we were just paying the bill every month. So if there's a way to include that would be great. If not, or at least a portion of it, because I understand there would be some engineering costs for a limited scope project. Ascertaining what that number is would be my request of council. But if that's an impossible thing, then the 50,000 additional, is just what we're going to have to live with and try and figure out how to pay for.
I have something to add, and I can add it after council members speak. This is Chris. Whenever it's convenient.
Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to provide a little bit more context for how that $52,500 figure became part of the conversations. And we did, as Jack mentioned, we went through the bids that were obtained, and we identified the line items that we thought were applicable to the permit condition as written. That actually ended up with us proposing $40,000, which is what we thought the bids lined up with. The 52.5 was actually a negotiated amount in between the amount of the bond and the amount that we thought the bids matched up with. So that's how that middle ground figure became part of the conversation. My understanding is that is not strictly related to the line items in the bids that correspond with the permit condition language.
That's not necessarily correct. We were trying to achieve a certain amount, 52,000, so that we could do. So that council would have the option to do just the ADA compliant repairs if they chose. But the challenging thing to negotiate with between 2 parties, and then we have to come back to council, is we didn't necessarily explain exactly why we were asking for 52,000. So
I would just like to confirm that point as well, noting that the Public Works Director did put together an estimate for the project without the curb extension that came up to about that figure, 53,000. The other point that I'll note is that with respect to the point I noted earlier, there is a process for a project of up to 60,000 to be awarded without precise formal bids. We still have to find the best price the city can do, but there's a more informal bidding process, even below the capital I informal bidding process, for up to 60,000. So if the bids come in at that level, then there are options for the city manager and public works director to find the right contractor to do the work, given the existing bid folks. So I just want to put that back on the table for the project to be completed by the city.
Okay, Ryan?
All right, so what do we know then? So we have 52,000 to get from where we are today to what we think we need to do to get to the scope we've redefined as a council. We have 30,000 that was paid by the applicant in what we believe were maybe somewhat excessive engineering fees. Sounds like Mr. Cohen is saying of that 30,000, about 12,000 maybe might have been excessive, is I think if I did the math correctly, what he said was there. James, Matt, you guys have been involved in this. Do you have an estimate for how much, if any, of the engineering costs were beyond the scope of the ADA, and what percentage or how much of that 30,000 might have been lumped into that?
I don't, but the reason why is just from my perspective, my goal is to get this improvement complete. And so for me, I'm solely focused on the cost to get that improvement complete. So I haven't looked at any of his engineering costs.
Thank you.
Offer a motion, right?
Yeah, once you
Well,
say,
Randy's got something, and I was ready, Bill. I was ready.
Okay.
well, 1 second, because Ryan, that's probably that's one of my one of the issues I brought up earlier is when the applicant understood what his responsibilities were, okay, he should have hired an engineering firm, or at least bid the engineering firms to get the number he was looking for. And from the design, then he would have went out to bid to get the development of that of the public works work. So I'm struggling with the fact now we're trying to give someone a discount on $30,000. He would have had to spend money up front, rain or shine. If he didn't do his due diligence on the front end, I'm not sure that we should be holding the basket at the end of it. The other thing is we have spent an unnecessarily amount of time between Public Works and the rest of the staff trying to figure this out for the last 4 or 5 years. I'm willing to pick a number tonight that we can all agree on. Again, I would start at $70,000 and work down, but I'm willing to start at 52 and work up. But I think we beat this horse to death. Let's move on.
Yeah. I keep waving my hand.
Susan, yeah.
What I suggest is that we accept the applicant's offer of $52,500 and then to be paid on September 30th, because we're not doing the $30,000 discount. You know, we're not factoring that 30,000 in. So let's just accept the offer, give him, due to COVID, we're going to give him the extra quarter to pay, and that's my motion.
I have a quick question before it's seconded, Susan. Based on what Jack said, Matt, James, I mean, it says, is it an offer? I mean, and I don't mean to play the legal card, but is that an offer that we can accept? Because I wasn't totally convinced Jack was unequivocal on the 52.5.
My understanding is that it was an offer unless it's been withdrawn.
This is Chris. I can maybe provide more context. It was I would say if it's a number that the council would like to go forward with, Jack and I think would be probably willing to let you know right now if that would be acceptable or not. But it is something we talked about with city staff that was actually rejected with that September timeline earlier. So that offer was made and not accepted between us as something to go forward with. Absolutely. So I'd say it's a number that's been discussed, and if it's a number that council is comfortable with, we're happy to provide you input right now as to whether that would also be acceptable. But I'd say it's probably not an offer that's just sitting there waiting to be accepted.
Okay, fair enough. And my other question is, Randy, you have more experience in this than I do. I mean, if there's $52,000, let's say, in construction cost, is $30,000 in engineering reasonable? That seems like way excessive to me.
No. I would say no. But again, this is the problem I'm struggling with.
Yeah,
is that and I'm doing it is probably more than anyone. I'm putting the burden of this project on the Public Works Director. It's been poorly handled from day one. I can't bring James into it. He wasn't even here when this thing started. But we're at a point where we want to end this. And the other problem I have here is listening to Chris and Jack is we're not negotiating tonight with them. We're negotiating with ourselves, and we'll present them a number. And then it's up to them to get back and let us know if they accept it or not. Then it comes back to us, and we'll make the determination whether we accept their yes or no and what we want to do next. So I don't want to take anything off the table if we can't agree as a council, minus Mr. Cohen and Mr. Dyer. We're making the decision here right now on the number, not anyone else.
So we have a motion. Susan made a motion.
Yeah,
And I would second her motion.
Okay. And Matt, to be clear, your email as of almost 3 o'clock no, that's an old email. Anyway, your email stated that was an offer.
Yes, I had understood it was an offer. And to clarify the record, it was an offer. Staff did not agree to recommend it to the council. However, staff did not reject it because staff cannot reject it. This is a decision for the council, not for staff. I would disagree with the characterization of the situation there. However, again, the goal is to move forward, not backwards.
Right. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Gail, could we have a vote?
Well, I'd like to add.
And that includes the September 30th.
Mayor, I'd like to add one more thing to this conversation. This is why we're here. Again, we're arbitrarily throwing a number out there. We have, I'm guessing that we've received qualified bids at $52,000, and therefore we're not at any risk in the city. The citizens of our community are not at a risk, because that's who we're negotiating for right now with ourselves, is the risk moving forward to the community, regarding expenditures of funds. So I just wanted to throw that in there. This all could have been resolved if someone had done this work on the front end. We wouldn't even be here today.
But agreed, but I'm ready to vote.
Yeah, moving forward. Gail, could we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Blatz.
I want to make it clear. I think that the engineering costs are excessive and should be portionally credited back to the applicant at $12,000 to make the total $40,000. So my vote is no.
Are you going to ask Susan to amend her motion?
Only if it doesn't pass. I mean, I'll ask Susan if you want to amend it at this point if you want. I was going to vote.
It would be, the time amending is before the vote has begun. We need to finish.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Francina.
Well, now I feel conflicted.
If you would wish to go with the route proposed by Councilmember Blatz, then vote against the motion. If it fails, then the council can return back to the table.
So you'd be voting against your own motion.
Well, the compromise in my mind was that we were going to give them an extra quarter. If we did Ryan's figure, I would have to ask James, would that be better for the city?
Vote.
We're not debating.
Let's vote.
Yeah.
Susan, yes or no?
I'm just going to vote yes.
Councilmember Haney.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Jack, for being here.
Yes.
Thank you, council.
We're kind of spending a lot of money at your business to make up for all this.
80,000 worth. 80,000 worth.
We need to go buy a lot.
We want you to succeed. I just think you're a great business. So thank you very much.
Thank you guys for your time. And you want to reiterate, as the owner of Topa and as a resident here of the Valley, we love this place. We love to call it home. I think I do agree with a lot of Councilman Haney's sentiments about how this project played out over the years, and I'm hoping for future businesses that some of that gets cleaned up, because this is a big burden for us in the time of COVID. But we'll make it happen.
Lessons learned. Lessons learned.
No, we agree with you, Jack, and thank you for building an incredible restaurant / brewery in our community. I mean, you've done a service too, so thank you.
Thank you, guys.
65
Thank you,
employees.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we have James and Matt and the rest of the staff, so it's a whole new Okay, so we're going to kick that beer can down the road, right? And we're going to move forward to the.
Madam Mayor, just one final comment, so the council and the applicant, while he's still here, understands what the next steps are. Unless he just dropped off, which is fine. I'll call him tomorrow. The next steps will be an agreement to reflect the amount of the payment and the deadline of September 30th, and the consequences for that payment being missed. And then the next steps will be for staff to proceed to bid the project. As expected, it will be under the $60,000 limit requiring returning to council, which means that the bids and the specs and the contract will not come back to council. That will be signed by the city manager. And we will work together to get this done and get the improvements built.
Perfect.
Hey, Matt, James, I know you guys have been working hard on this. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, it's very timely, flood protection, right?
Yeah, and I'll try to keep this brief. It's, we're looking at it as housekeeping. I guess we'll see if there's any questions, but essentially, we are required, in order for parcels within the city to be covered by the National Flood Insurance Program, flood insurance policies, we're required every once in a while, periodically, to review the floodplain management ordinance and to adopt an updated version of it. And so this is that update. It needs to be adopted by January 29th. So we brought it as an urgency ordinance with also a non-urgency ordinance because the non-urgency will take 2 meetings. So we're recommending adopting this by urgency ordinance tonight to bring us into compliance with that January 29th deadline. The revisions are pretty minor overall. It's just a lot of it is just definitions and clarification to the ordinance. There is one substantive change from the prior ordinance, but it was a change that was already implemented by our building code adoption. So it's not a change in reality of what we're doing here. It's just a change from what our prior ordinance was. And that is previously there was no freeboard requirement. I'm sorry, let me see. The language was revised to requiring base flood elevation plus 1 foot freeboard. So that section, which basically means finished floor elevations must be built to 1 foot higher than the base flood elevation. That's already been adopted by the city as part of the 2019 building code update, but this is making those 2 things match. So, that's the one thing that may jump out as seeming like a major change, but it's not in reality. So there are 124 parcels in our floodplain in the city of Ojai. These issues are not, they're pretty rare in general, but we are bringing this to adopt the update to get us into compliance so that the people in the floodplain with flood insurance policies continue to be covered by those policies. So with that, if there's any questions.
James, Mayor, the only question I have is and it's interesting, James, that you're talking about the same area that I'm thinking about is construction materials and methods. How do tiny homes fit into this equation, or would they be treated right now as an ADU?
Well, we don't currently allow tiny homes. So I think what would have to happen is when we were going to allow tiny homes, we'd need to account for that. But just currently, we don't allow them.
Right, I understand that. I'm just looking at down the road. If we did permit those, are we going to have to go in and adapt that permitting process to this, or would this cover it as it stands right now?
That's a good question, because there's also RV sections, which when we looked at tiny homes, we talked about, depending how we structure it, there could be these, RV applications or building applications. So I think we need to look closer at that and come back with that. I don't know that off the top of my head, but we can do that, before we would allow them. So,
okay.
The other point I'll just note there is that any tiny home that fit the definition of manufactured home would have to comply with the requirements of this ordinance. But that would, as noted, very much be a suggestion. If the council were to allow tiny homes, this would be on the list of ordinances to be looking at how to account for tiny homes and which style of tiny homes, if the council makes that choice.
Right. You know, again, under section B of Article 5, it does bring that, it does state that, including manufactured homes.
Yeah.
So I just, only because I know that that's going to come up again this year. I just know it.
Bill?
Just a definitional question so I understand. In section 9-9.224.9, regulatory floodway, attachment A, page 6 of 15, when it states that the channel other course in adjacent land areas must be reserved to discharge the base flood without cumulatively increasing the water surface elevation more than 1 foot. What is the definition of water surface elevation? Is that over the lowest point or the highest point of the floodplain? Because what exactly is that definition of water surface elevation more than 1 foot?
I don't think that that's actually defined in the ordinance. I was looking at through the defined terms.
That is correct. There's no specific definition of that term. I'm actually going to defer that question to the Public Works Director if he's still on this item.
I think he's in the waiting room. If yeah, we could.
Who was?
I would imagine.
He is.
lowest point of
Yeah, but it's not. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
It may be the mean level for that particular water course, but I'm going to defer that to the Public Works Director as the man on the ground about this flood issue.
Is that the lowest part or the highest point or the mean part of the floodplain?
Yeah. Hi, this is Greg here. Hi, good evening to y'all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's intended to be in the beginning of that description. The regulatory floodway means the channel of a river, otherwise water or other water course in the adjacent land areas that must be reserved in order to discharge the base flood. So it's understood when you build in the floodway, right, which is where the fast flowing water is. It's not the floodplain, the slow water, that you can't put obstructions that kick up the base flood elevation in that area. So you can't build out there where it's going to affect it. You can build in the floodplain where it's not going to affect the flowing water and it won't affect the overall flood elevation, but you can't build in the floodway.
So you think what it means is the water surface elevation of the 100-year flood can't be induced to go up by more than 1 foot?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
In the adjacent area. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
So do we need a motion on this?
Yes.
Anybody?
Unless there's any public comment would be the other question. I'm
Right.
not sure if there are any public commenters.
No public comments.
Thank you.
Anyone motion?
So Mayor, I would move to approve the adoption of an urgency ordinance to revise the flood protection ordinance and the first reading of an ordinance to revise the flood protection ordinance.
Second.
Great. Okay, Gail, may we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Haney,
Yes.
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
And if I missed. So we're having I've just been informed we're having an IT issue where I think some of the public isn't able to hear us. So I got distracted with that. I don't know if we finished that item, but I would suggest us taking a break as soon as we do finish that item to see if we can resolve that issue. So.
Yes, let's take a break. We're
Okay.
done.
So did we do the urgency ordinance and the non-urgency?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So can we take like a 2-minute break to try to figure
You got your 4 votes, James.
Okay.
It's fine. Yeah.
10:05, we're heading to our deadline.
And given the technical requirements, council might extend that
Right.
in order to ensure public participation through the vagaries of technology.
Ryan, you need a haircut, buddy.
I know it looks good, Randy. Don't be jealous.
I look when you come on. I'm thinking.
I look like a
some wealthy debonair
movie star. I just wasn't sure what kind of movie I was supposed to be in.
But it's just so interesting seeing you with you. It's like you have.
I've never had my hair this long. My mom said I look like her, which wasn't exactly the biggest compliment ever. But
I'm looking for some red tie or something in here. You know that with your matching.
I got a red tie on. Randy, what else do you want?
I bet you the hair salons are booked solid.
You have a tie on. I didn't see that.
You got a red tie on, Randy. What do you want?
Oh, I had to look closer.
You want to tie it around my head like a samurai or what?
Oh. Well, at least we didn't have to look at Matt's youthful picture today for too long. Betsy and I giggled when we saw it.
It's certainly an interesting photo. And now I'm also on the long hair category. Although now that they've reopened salons, I might be able to actually get a cut.
Yeah, if you could get an appointment.
Right, that is true. Or I could try it myself, but I've been reluctant to try that, as I don't know that, that might not go well.
That's why mine looks so good, man. I did it myself the last time in COVID, and I usually take the shears and go at it. It's I can't do it now or I'll ruin the plumbing in my place. Right?
I'm a long hair at heart. I hate getting haircuts, but I have an excuse. My mother invented the bowl cut.
Oh, there you go.
She had a pair of power shears that I think that she got off of some old sheep guy. And by the time it got to by my turn, they were already so hot. Okay.
Appreciate that, James. And so, James, can you clarify what was not working?
You can hear them.
Granicus, but not YouTube?
So people heard that I had my mother invented the bowl cut.
That they did.
Watch.
You remember Butch Wax, Randy?
Watch. I'm gonna tell you what. Seriously, I had a butch haircut until ninth grade in junior high.
That's what I'm saying. You remember Butch Wax?
I put my foot down and told my mom, I can't be looking like this. I'm in ninth grade.
Remember those little round tubes?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I see Souza. I thought I did. No. Oh, there she is. Okay.
My glasses.
Okay.
So we tested our websites and they seem to be working. We think channel 10, we restarted channel 10, but the problem is when it restarts, it's going to take a while to catch up. So I think we have it on IT, and then if we'll have the record and we can post it. So it's just, and make it publicly available. It's just people watching on channel 10 might get a delay here. So.
Chamber of Commerce. Number 7.
Okay, so just a brief staff report on that one. Starting in June of 2019, the city partnered with the Chamber of Commerce to implement a business development proposal. We requested 6-month status reports and have been considering funding in 6-month increments. We continued that in June of 2020, which would have funded the chamber for these projects through December of 2020. So we are now in January and need to determine how and whether to extend that. So it's on the agenda tonight. With the amount of funding that we had provided previously was $6,600 per month for business development and $1,900 per month for broadband network, for a total of $8,500 per month, or $51,000 over 6 months. I guess the one thing I'll note is that with as we looked at the budget earlier, we were looking at cutting, so many things over the last few months. With this lifting of the stay-at-home order, there's a little bit of breathing room there. So I think my recommendation, which has changed a few times in the last months based on how quickly things are changing, is that if as we look at these, that we like everything we said, that we're reducing, we're asking everybody to take what reductions they can. So I think we just look at each of these very closely, consider whether there could be any reduction. And then the second thing is note that to everybody, not just the chamber, but I'll use this as the opportunity to say it, is everything that we fund, all the community groups that we fund, that depending on how the budget goes over the next couple of months, that people should be aware that these are funding
things that may have to change at some point in the future. But at this point, the situation over the last couple of days is more positive than it had been prior to that. So with that, I'll turn it over to council to discuss and consider. So
I just want to start with, I want everybody to know Jamie isn't on right now. He came and met with me after a doctor's appointment today at like 5:45, 6 o'clock was when our schedules can meet. He is really not feeling well, just so everybody knows. It's not COVID related, in case you wondered, but he is at home. He said if we needed to get a hold of him, we could by phone, but he was really not feeling very well. And I told him I would cover for him for the fact that if we need him, we'll bring him in. But I didn't want him to be sitting on here feeling the way he was all evening. So Jamie Fleming would be here if he was not ill, but he did say if necessary, I know James, we all have a cell phone number. If we need to call him, if there's something urgent, he would do his best to wake up because he's probably resting right now. So I just want everybody to know that.
Thank you, Ryan. Gail, any public comments?
No, we have no public comments for this item.
Okay, thank you. Bill?
I'd like to just, there's a number of things that I think we get in terms of value from this arrangement with the chamber beyond what we could do with staff people for a lot less money than we could do with staff people. But there's one task that I think just sort of emerged over the last couple of days. It says on recommendation number 2, consider whether to assign additional tasks. I would like to consider adding the task of working with the business community, nonprofits, agencies, staff on reestablishing our cultural and visitation events. That's one of the questions I asked way back there about what's going on with the youth sports clarifications, because we're in the stage of whether or not the tennis tournament may be able to happen. It was canceled once. It'd be a shame to cancel it again. If there's any way that there's some wiggle room there with to safely do it. We have a number of these other major cultural visitation events, art studio tours. Someday the music festival will come back. I think that Jamie, especially with his particular background in this kind of area, would be able to very much help us with that as an additional task. I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, I'll say this too, Bill. One of my future agenda items for later is making sure we talk about the tennis tournament.
Randy, you have a comment?
So, yeah, I voted originally to, Bill and I think, and probably Ryan too, but and Susan, we all originally voted. We saw the benefits that the chamber brings to the community, and we saw what was lacking by not having a strong and vibrant chamber. So I'm 100% behind Jamie and his staff and what they do, and obviously 100% behind figuring out how to get our community up thriving again. The only thing that stands out to me is when I read his section here on diversifying Ojai's economy. It's on page attachment A2 of 2. And it's interesting, when I read the 3 things, sustainability, music, and wellness, I'll be honest with you, that's what we have. That's who we are. And I didn't see anything else in it. So just from that standpoint, I'm gonna seek another committee in future agenda items to talk specifically about the diversity of our economy. And I'm not sure if that's what the chamber is good at, or, I think the chamber is good at interacting with what's here. And I think the chamber is good at, again, the goals that he presented in here about, creating growth in the entrepreneurial spirit and trying to lean our businesses more to a green environment and green and thought process. But I didn't see anything in here for diversification. The things he listed again. We have yoga, we have spa, we have spiritual living, we have outdoor exercise. Our music venues incredible, and our musicians are incredible. Sustainability is obviously something that we're working on, but we have a climate committee that's actually, I believe, is going to hop on that and bring more to the table in these coming weeks. So I'm 100% behind them. James, we're looking at funding them for another $50,000. You feel comfortable? Is that doable in the budget, or is that something that you'd see differently on?
Oh, it's just a question of council prioritization. So I think for us, like I said, for us, right now I am in the position of like trying to find everything that we can cut. But if council determines that something's a priority, then it's a priority, and we'll fund it. So that's really where we're at. I think the reality for me, like I said in the budget presentation, is we have been asking almost everyone with a contract to take some sort of reduction. So that would be the main recommendation I would make at this point.
What has been our typical percentage?
Typically, I try to get a 10% reduction.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan, I have a couple of questions for Jamie. Well, how does it work that he lives in Nashville? How's that work?
Well, Jamie lives in Ojai. He just visits Nashville a lot. I asked him about that tonight.
I saw him last week, and he said he lived in Nashville.
He has a house here, and he's out here, I think, most of the time. I mean, I asked him point blank about that today, and he said, "Oh, the situation hasn't changed from when I knew about it a while back." I think the whole council probably did, but I know he maintains a residence here and visits back there because his family's there. And right now everything's remote. It's never been an issue about him not. I mean, he was physically in my office today, and he's physically in Ojai right now. And I don't know of any situations where he wasn't physically available. But
guest house.
I asked him. He said no. He lives here and he's just visiting out there.
Okay, I didn't get that impression from.
I know he was gone for a while. He did say he was gone for a while for the holiday, but that he's back, and
because he just went in.
That's my understanding, for what it's worth.
And then, what percentage of the businesses are actually in the chamber at this point?
Well, it's hard to know because the chamber spans the entire valley, and there's no data on how many businesses there are. The chamber is not the Ojai City Chamber of Commerce; it's the Ojai Valley Chamber of Commerce. There's members from Oakview and Miners Oaks and everywhere else, but I don't believe we have any data on the total number of businesses versus how many are there.
No idea.
Well, this is what we need.
Right. So that just seems like we're a little bit of the carts before the horse, because if we don't know that, and my friends who own businesses aren't in the chamber and haven't heard from the chamber since COVID started. So we need more information. And we're in this, we're in an emergency situation, essential, poor James is having to chip away at the budget. So, public works, salaries, utilities, parks, we're going to have to tell a lot of different entities we cannot fund them this year. And so I think it's important to start a precedent right now. Susan?
Yeah, I mean, this discussion we're having now, to my way of thinking, is part of a much larger discussion on the economy of Ojai. The key to our, the big key to our economy is to provide housing for our artists, our yoga teachers, all the people that are, that are in this business. A lot of those people have moved already due to lack of housing. And I mean, to me, that's just obvious. You can discuss all you want, all these things, but if you don't have housing, you can't, for the artists that are starting out, that's a separate discussion, but it's important. I would like to have data on who actually belongs to the chamber. I'd like to know the number of people who commute into Ojai because they can't afford to live here. I'd like to know, I'd like data on the number of people that are commuting out of Ojai.
SCAG
a whole
provides us with that,
analysis.
Susan, the chamber doesn't, just so you know.
What?
SCAG, Southern California Association of Governments, gives us an annual
Yeah.
listing with all that data. The chamber has no ability whatsoever to compile that kind of information.
So I can find that if I look.
We have the highest. We have the highest percentage of average commute of any community in Ventura County. We have the second highest average cost of living next to Westlake Village. We have the highest average commute. But all that data is compiled by SCAG. There's,
Yeah.
I mean, I just know the chamber has no access to compile that kind of stuff.
We can have, and then.
I have no idea what the percentage of businesses are. I mean, James, do you even have an idea how many businesses there are in the city of Ojai?
I know we have a couple hundred business licenses, but that's probably the best data we have. We know there's probably tons of businesses who don't have licenses though as well. So.
The hard part here is right now, this moment, there's not a lot of activity, but the chamber's keeping things, somewhat glued together by being some centralized location. Most cities that are bigger, and James, you can vouch for this, that they have an economic development position that assists with all this kind of stuff. There's nothing else there. I'm not as worried about what the chamber's doing today as when we come out of the other end of this COVID tunnel and having some support. Because what we don't know, and I agree with you, Susan, the data I'd like to know, how many commercial businesses, right? How many businesses in town are building a debt bubble that they're going to have a difficult time overcoming when we're done with all this? Because at some point, even our commercial eviction moratorium still means you got to pay all the rent. And that's where we're going to have a projected future of businesses that are not going to do very well. They're going to be incredibly indebted and they may be vacant. And we don't have staff. We don't have any other element of our entire city mechanism. All the mechanics, nothing else supports local businesses at all. And this is it. And I mean, I have relied on it. I am a member of the chamber. This is where I've gotten my information for PPP, state stuff, all that has been disseminated there. You don't have to be a member to be on the mailing list, Mayor Betsy, but I know it's been difficult during these times for everybody, but there's a lot of intrinsic value. And I look at it in a different way of, is this community better with or without a chamber? I think the most important time we're going to need a chamber of commerce is about to come up. It's not necessarily this moment now, but it's in the near future. And if we don't help support it, and frankly, Jamie's like a surrogate employee of the city. I mean, James kind of gives him tasks and he takes care of them on our behalf as well as the other chamber business. But the climate park, a bunch of things are 100% Jamie Fleming endeavors that we would not have seen if it wasn't for him and his relationship with the city. I'd be very concerned of not having a chamber when this is all over with, to have mixers, to have organizations.
Just to be clear, I'm not advocating that we don't have a chamber.
We don't. I'm just saying, if we don't fund it, that's the realistic ramification potentially right now. I'm just,
Okay, that was my question is, so I think a 10% cut is appropriate if everybody else is getting a 10% cut. Is that what you said, James?
Yeah, that's what we've been asking.
Yeah. And then does it make a difference as far as our situation if we do this, at least quarterly? Does that help the situation? Our situation?
Yeah, there's a couple ways we could do it. We could do it quarterly, or the other, my kind of where I was going with my recommendation is I think we just kind of something I can do is just notify every group that we fund that, we are getting to a point with our budget that if things get worse, everything will be on the table, just so that nobody starts relying on it completely permanently. So I don't know that it necessarily needs to come back more often, but I think I'd recommend that we move forward with notifying people that, start preparing for if the city's not able to fund you in the future.
Well, James, whatever we agree to, whatever period of time, it's not guaranteed, right? So it can be, or is it? What you're saying is we should not guarantee it. I don't know exactly how that works in the functionality of the agreement, but.
I think it's approve 6 months. And if but give me the ability to, if our budget situation worsens, that we can end it at any point. And I don't anticipate that. I think the lifting of the order yesterday is a big step towards that not being the case. But we see how quickly these things can change. So,
James, do you see, as Ryan said, Jamie as a surrogate employee in your mind?
I think the challenge really is that with the COVID changes and the COVID closures and reopenings and everything like that, that this period probably is the time we are going to rely on the chamber for the most business outreach. We have used them recently for some of the COVID compliance when businesses haven't complied. The city's always reserves the right and will be the bad guy if necessary to get people into compliance, but it's been helpful to have during this time to have Jamie and the chamber be able to go out and actually talk to people and try to get them to understand and work with us rather than feel like the city's bullying them. So it really is, we're just in this weird time where the time we can't afford it is the time we probably could utilize some of those services. And, that might not be the original vision of what we were trying to do with them. And maybe that's not the long-term goal and we would revisit it. But over the next couple of months, I think there are some projects that they will be useful for us.
And then just one more, and the businesses whom you've spoken to, have they felt that the chamber has been there for them during COVID?
We had issues early on. I think we talked about these at council that, we had some businesses who said that they didn't feel like we had reached out. And so we've, when I say early on, I mean the first few months of COVID is what I'm referring to. And so I haven't heard that as much recently, although I'll also say that I've been locked in my office on working on COVID recently. So I have not reached out to businesses as much as I would like to. So I think that's something that we should include as clear, or we could and will include as clear direction. Is our expectation is that Jamie will be going out and talking to businesses, and that's part of what we're requiring. So
do you really think we can afford this right now, considering we have no money?
So the reality is, as far as we don't have budget available for this, this is coming from our reserve. That's where the money's coming from. So reducing it 10% helps, but at the end of the day, that's still approximately 45,000 coming from the reserve. So, from a strictly just, the typical question is there a budget for this? The answer is no. So it's coming from the reserve.
And can Jamie apply for PPP himself?
I believe so.
Well, that would be a good solution, right?
Yeah.
Bill, and then Randy?
Well, I think Randy had his hand up first and then I had my hand up.
Well, all I can tell you about the chamber is when COVID hit, Jamie and James were the two that were out interacting with all of the businesses that I know of in this community. And they've sustained that activity throughout this entire process. And the chamber's just been an incredible asset for the community. That's one thing. The second thing is, it's interesting, Mayor, that you bring up a lot of businesses that we know that aren't licensed.
I didn't bring that up.
Well, you said you knew a lot of people that aren't members of the chambers, not licensed, but aren't members of the chamber. Well, there's a lot of businesses that don't belong to the chamber because they're sole proprietors, and they don't see my wife is a sole proprietor. My wife does not have a business license, and my wife does not participate in the chamber. And I'm sure there's lots of other small businesses like that in town. So I think it would benefit us if we could figure out how to get those people in the chamber and being a more active part of the community. But that's a different story. As far as Susan's questions regarding affordable housing, those are all valid points. But I don't know if they're valid in regards to how the chamber functions and what it does for the community. I think they're two separate issues, but I see where they might cross a little bit.
They absolutely connected in my way of thinking.
Yeah, again, yeah, yes and no. But so I think that's a conversation for another day
Yeah.
and another time regarding that. I'm not discarding it, but as far as the chamber, I just think that they provide an incredible and a very important part to the vibrance and the existence of this small community. So as I would say, let's fund them as long as we can, and let's reduce it, and also put them on notice that if we have to terminate it, then we have to terminate it. That's how I see it.
Bill and then Susan.
I'm gonna offer a motion to see if we can move forward. And that is to approve another 6 months of funding at a 10% reduced level for the chamber, subject to further adjustments as needed by financial exigency at the discretion of the city manager.
I'm not, oh.
I would second that so that we can discuss it.
Susan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not ready to vote on that until we get to the, consider whether, I think we should first consider whether to assign additional tasks. And then maybe we should even divide that up or something, because that's an issue for me.
I think COVID is giving everyone additional tasks potentially.
Yeah. Yeah. But I want to bring up, their website is so important. And I don't know if the rest of you have really looked at it, but to me, it just does not reflect. There are portions of it are fine that just don't reflect Ojai. And overall, I didn't get it. I would like for the additional task to improve their website. And I sent him an email, and he gave me a very detailed response asking what was the connection between the chamber and the Visitors Bureau, because I thought the Visitors Bureau, the non-existent Visitors Bureau has a very nice website, and there's a lot of overlap. I'm not understanding why there should at least be, seems like there should be a link on the chamber website to the Visitors Bureau website. So there's something is missing. And I know
the Visitors Bureau got canceled, Susan. I mean, that's what
I know,
happened.
but the website looks great. It's active, and their Facebook page is active as far as I could see just glancing at it.
I don't know, Susan. There's no. I'm in the office where it used to exist right now, and
I know. I'm well aware of all that, but and in an ideal world, at some point, a town like Ojai should have, of course, a visible visitor center, and that's going to have to be discussed at some point. Isn't it? Right now, Jamie is, as I understand it, he's putting out a table on the weekend, in the busy part of town. But can we at least require,
Well, I just want to say, Susan, that was 2.5% of the TOT. If we wanted to allocate 2.5% of the TOT to that, they would have plenty of money to do whatever we wanted as far as websites and
I'm
stuff.
aware of all that.
All right, just making sure.
Anyway, the
You want a
website
better
has to be
website.
improved.
You want a better website.
Absolutely.
Susan, are you talking about the chamber website or the Win in Ojai website? Because he runs the Win in Ojai website as well, and that's a much nicer one.
What?
Win in Ojai. If you look in the packet, it talks about.
Yeah. There are portions that were fine, but there are some parts of that website. I mean, I wouldn't mind sitting down with whoever designs it, the stock photos and stuff. It just doesn't reflect Ojai. So, but with that, I'm sure that can be taken care of. I'm sure he'd be willing to do that.
So Ryan, can you ask Jamie if he can apply for PPP?
I'll tell you right now, no, Chambers of Commerce weren't eligible for the first PPP. This round they are, and if he is, we can, that can be something that's built into things. But I know in the first round, Chambers of Commerce were not eligible, but I believe Congress changed that in this go around. That doesn't mean he's eligible. And you got to remember, PPP isn't about the business getting money. That's a loan. The PPP money. Now I don't know all the specifics on this round, but the old round was money that went to employees. So it wasn't like businesses got money. Businesses got money to give to employees. Otherwise, it was not forgiven.
But
Now,
he
if he
only
wants
has
to take out a loan or something, that's a whole nother situation, but that obviously has to be paid back. I have no idea. I have not discussed that with him. I did become the lead, but we haven't had a meeting yet. I'm happy to ask him, or, James probably talks to him much more frequently than I do at this point. If there was some money that came in to the chamber to cover the salary, which would include Jamie's potentially, that might be a very legitimate argument to say, hey, wait a minute, if you're getting forgivable PPP money, you don't necessarily need it from the city. I have no problem. I think the reduction is appropriate. I think that's where everybody is. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And
My motion had further adjustments at the discretion of the city manager in it.
I agree with you, Bill. That's exactly. And if James needed to change it, I think that means Jamie would be on notice that, hey, if we got to start counting how many pens and pencils we're buying, it's all that money's not going to be able to go to any organizations, because that's where we're going to have to cut.
Yeah, or if he did get PPP.
Right.
Okay, so
and I don't know how we build the PPP thing in. I don't know as much about.
I don't think we're speculating. We don't know.
Yeah.
Well, we have a motion and a second.
Okay, so can the motion, as I understand it, is if Jamie gets another source of funding that he doesn't have to pay back, then there's an understanding with the city manager that during this time of where we're getting the money out of our reserves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
The motion delegates a lot of discretion to the city manager.
Yeah, so I would ask him to notify me if he gets any sort of other funding, and then we could offset using that. So
I think the word is discretion and latitude.
Yeah, I'm comfortable if James has that discretion.
That's how I understand it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the motion. Yeah.
That's reasonable. That makes sense.
Okay, are we ready for a vote? Gail?
Councilmember Blatz,
Yes.
Mayor Sticks,
I'm going to say no because of the emergency situation we're in.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Haney,
Yes.
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, it's 10:38. We have one more agenda item. Go for it. It's about Michelle Ellison on.
Wait.
What?
Did we amend our past practices? I thought city council shut down at 10:30 and we didn't take any more business on unless we.
It's not 10:30 yet. It's
10:30.
10:30. Oh, it is 10. Oh, because of the break.
It is 10:30. My comment to the council would be, if the council concurred, you could take this item up despite the 10:30 rule because of the technical difficulties in projecting the meeting earlier. But of course, that would be a council choice. You could also defer the item. As my understanding is, there's no external timeline on that item.
Can you guys handle it?
I think also there's people waiting to speak, isn't
Yeah,
there?
I know. Yeah, Michelle's been waiting.
That's a consideration, yeah.
Okay.
I would like to handle it.
Okay. All right, James.
Yeah, so just a very brief staff report. This is added on last meeting. We did our appointments. We appointed Mayor Sticks as the representative to the Clean Power Alliance with Councilmember Wyrick as the alternate. The prior alternate had been Michelle Ellison, and so she indicated interest in continuing to serve as the alternate. And then at Mayor Sticks's request, this item is on the agenda for discussion tonight to consider adding her as the alternate. So
As a second alternate, right?
the second alternate.
I mean, ideally, and probably this needs to be reworked, she would be, James, as far as I understand, the first alternate can vote, right? If I weren't there, for example, the first alternate votes, the second one does not. Is that correct?
That's typically how it works. Although Clean Power Alliance is a little strange in that they don't, well, not strange necessarily, but they don't have like a ranked alternate.
Okay. So. Because I think at this point, it's really important that we have use every expert we can possibly find in terms of climate mitigation. And Michelle, as you all know, has brought clean power to 10 municipalities. And
You said, Bill, last time, in terms of OBGMA, you wanted the expert. You wanted to be it versus me, which I understand if that's your criteria. If the criteria is to have the expert, then it makes sense for Michelle, who has devoted so much time and energy, to be the first alternate. That just makes logical sense. Otherwise, the argument, is illogical. So.
Well, I made the point I made that the council agreed to at the time. We can change it, of course, was that I thought a council person should be the alternate, but that's open for discussion here.
Yeah.
Wait, I just wanted to clarify, is that what we're doing here?
Well, is that
Are
possible?
we reopening that discussion, or are we discussing whether to add a third person to the Alliance Committee?
Well, I'd like to make a motion to have her be the first alternate because she is clearly the expert in the Valley in terms of clean power. And that just makes much more sense.
Is
Yeah.
Can we do that, James? Or
isn't that a motion for reconsideration that would be required if we voted on it last time?
that's why I'm asking James.
Okay.
I'm happy to jump in on that one. So it's not a formal motion to reconsider. A motion to reconsider only applies during the same meeting, and it requires that a member of the majority make the motion in order to reconsider. It can be seconded by anyone. It's a separate motion first on putting the item back on the table, and then you vote on the item. However, the window for motions to reconsider is during the meeting in which the motion is made, notwithstanding the fact that here, of course, the final vote was 5-0, so all were in the majority. Anyone could have made such a motion. At a second meeting, it defaults to the city's protocols on how something can get put on the agenda. And as was recently confirmed by the council last time, the mayor or any two members of council can put anything on the agenda. So there's no need for a formal motion to reconsider process to do what is on the agenda tonight. As to the second question from Councilmember Haney, the Clean Power Alliance Board JPA Joint Powers Agreement calls for the city to have 3 seats on the board, 1 member and 2 equal alternates. The 1 member must be elected and was approved as the mayor previously. The second and the second and third seats are the 2 alternates that are in equal role unless the council was to provide some sort of hierarchy. And those do not need to be electeds, but can be electeds. And who to seat on those boards is policy choice. I leave to the council.
So there's no difference between.
A point of order, is it required to have 2 alternates? I thought it was an option to have 2 alternates.
It is an option. It's not required. The city can fill 1, 2, or none.
But what you're saying, Matt, there's no difference between first and second alternate.
That's how I understand it as to the CPA's, the Clean Power Alliance's board structure.
How do they figure out if the regular person's not there? If you got 2 alternates that are equal, how do you know who alternates?
That would be the council. The council could direct who would have the vote if the primary member were not present.
So they're both second alternates, but there's an A second and a B second?
2A and 2B.
To be determined.
It's up to how the council wants to structure it, frankly. I think it's council's choice.
If possible, go ahead. Sorry.
I would strongly be in favor of Michelle continuing in her current role. She has the expertise. She is devoted to this topic. She presents very well. She can give excellent reports back. There's multiple reasons for continuing to involve her. And if and she would like to attend, I would like for her to attend all the meetings. So if 2 alternates if all 3 can't attend, then I would.
They're public meetings. If I could just jump in on that point real quick. These are public meetings. So any member of the public can attend any of the meetings, including all 3 of our seats. I'm not sure exactly how Clean Power Alliance structures the dais when it's not Zoom time, but all of our people can attend every meeting. The one exception would, of course, be closed sessions in which the board member would attend if the board member is present. If not, it would fall to the alternate as determined by council.
Well, okay. So just to be clear, because if I'm not there, I would like her to be able to vote. No offense, Bill. She's spent 100 hours in these meetings. She's clearly an expert. So do I need to make a motion?
Before you make a motion, don't we want to hear from the public? Open a public hearing?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry. No, but here's my question. Do I need to make a motion so that she can be the first alternate to make sure that she can vote.
It would need to be a motion both to put her as the city's alternate and to designate the hierarchy. That would be within the council's power were it to be supported.
Okay, great. All right, any public comment, Gail?
Yes, we have several people.
Okay.
So I will bring the first person in. I'm showing Andy Schrader. Andy Schrader, you should be able to speak. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Hello? Andy Schrader, can you hear us? Okay, I'm going to put him back on mute and I'll bring in the next person. The next person is Andrew Ellison. Andrew Ellison, go ahead. If you can unmute yourself and you can go ahead and talk.
Hi, it's late. I'll try to be quick. As you all know, Michelle has provided years of dedicated service to the city through her work with the Clean Power Alliance. She brings highly respected expertise on community choice energy aggregators. She's been consulted by Nobel laureates, major research universities on energy policy. Her advice continues to be sought by senior members of the Biden administration. Her knowledge of utility scale clean energy deployment is courted by nationally recognized journalists. Her collaboration is sought by academics around the world. She has spoken at conferences and climate events across the state and country. She has been nominated for prestigious climate mitigation awards, including from the UN. She has been integrally involved in energy policy decisions that calculations from Stanford conclude are leading to carbon reduction valued at over $1 billion. Tonight, we need to agendize whether she should continue on as Ojai's second alternate director. I think it's great that Mayor Sticks wants to serve on the board. It's interesting that Councilman Wyrick has suddenly taken an interest in involving himself. But there is no question that Ms. Ellison, who has years of institutional experience and relationships inside CPA and with other member agencies, as well as with Edison leadership, adds unparalleled value for the residents of this city through a willingness to stay on in this capacity. It's simply advantageous to all the parties if she chooses to maintain a fundamental connection to the organization. It may be the case that over the years, council members come and go. We've already seen Mayor Johnson serve and then retire. But like unpaid staff, over time, she offers continuity. She's going to be available as a resource who has more knowledge, experience, contacts, and passion than anybody else available. And when your constituents have access to the services of somebody with extraordinary knowledge and aptitudes and a very specifically valuable discipline, rendered on a volunteer basis, it would be irresponsible to waste that asset. So I support Ms. Ellison's retention as an alternate on the CPA board, and I speak on behalf of a great many engaged, organized, and concerned voters who expect that the continuity of her service will be confirmed. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person I have is Christopher Young, and I will unmute him on my end. Okay, Christopher, go ahead and speak. Go ahead and unmute yourself and then you can talk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. First of all, I'd like to thank all of the council. I'm sure that with every year that I get older, I get a little bit brighter, just a little bit. And that includes just really having such appreciation for the kind of work that you all do for all of us. So the next thing I would say is, damn, I wish I were half as bright as Andrew Ellison and half as articulate. But I'll let that stand. I certainly agree with all of the information and facts that are so critical that he just shared. I've been taking some time this evening to observe you all doing your work. A couple of items back was the Topa Topa situation, which struck me as relatively difficult, complicated, and I really appreciated your working on that. This late at night, I think it's really nice that you have something as simple as this issue before you finish up the night. It would be beyond me to understand or imagine why the council would do anything other than having Miss Ellison continue her work, and why she would not be in a position of a secondary position to Mayor Six, so that she would be able to vote. Yeah, a more dedicated, tireless individual, and I think it's worth noting that she pays for this passion. This work is not a hobby for Miss Ellison. It is something that is deeply meaningful to her, and so I certainly hope that the council tonight will clearly put her in the second position to Mayor Sticks in regard to the CPA, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have, and Michelle Ellison is here. We asked her to make herself available if you do want to speak to her, but we have Tom Francis who still wants to speak, and then I will go back to Andy Schrader and see if we can get him on. So Tom Francis, okay, he's showing up twice, so I'm going to unmute him. And Tom, you should be able to speak. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Sticks, council members. I really appreciate you all for all you do. I've been watching the meeting tonight as well, and very much appreciate all the effort you put in. So at the last council meeting, I observed a substantial inconsistency in the decision-making criteria some members of the council applied to making appointments to various outside decision-making bodies. When it came to the appointment of the representative for the Ojai Groundwater Basin Management Agency, despite recently elected Mayor Sticks expressing a strong desire to serve on this body and a long-standing tradition of the mayor serving as the City of Ojai representative, which included Mayor Johnston serving in that role for his entire 4 years of service, council members Blatz and Haney asserted that instead of the mayor, a council member Wyrick should serve in that position. The rationale was that council member Wyrick had more experience with this particular entity. Therefore, it appears that the council broke from the tradition of appointing the mayor, who in this case expressed strong interest, and instead chose a merit-based approach. A few minutes earlier, another appointment was made, and the decision was made to replace the longstanding alternate for the Clean Power Alliance, Michelle Ellison, due to Councilmember Wyrick expressing a desire to have a council member be the alternate. Unlike the previous appointment, where Mayor Sticks was pushed aside in favor of appointing Councilmember Wyrick due to utilization of a merit-based criteria, when it came to the Clean Power Alliance, a strictly politically based criteria was applied. In this case, Ms. Ellison, who clearly has the greatest institutional memory and experience with this entity, was knocked out of the position. Perhaps this application of two different criteria that are 180 degrees off from one another was an oversight. I respectfully request that the council remedy this mistake by reconsidering the first alternate position and appointing Michelle Ellison instead of Councilmember Wyrick, as she has considerably more experience with this entity than Mr. Wyrick. If the most experienced person was the criteria for the groundwater basin appointment, then it should also apply to the Clean Power Alliance. Please remedy this incongruency by reconsidering the appointment of Councilmember Wyrick, who has no experience with the Clean Power Alliance whatsoever. It has been asserted to me that there is no difference between first and second alternate. I don't understand how that can be true. What if the mayor is not there, but both alternates are in the meeting? Who votes? I would imagine it'd be the first alternate and not the second, right? Please do the right thing by appointing the most experienced person to the first alternate position. Thank you.
Okay, so now I am going to try Andy Schrader again. Okay, Andy, you should be able to speak.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for letting me speak tonight. I'm Andy Schrader, the Director of Environmental Affairs and Sustainability for Los Angeles City Council Member Paul Koretz. And I've staffed him on the City Council's Energy, Climate Change, and Environmental Justice Committee for the last 9 years. In that time, we've successfully worked to move the city off of coal power and are moving off of gas power and towards 100% renewable energy as fast as humanly possible for a city of 4 million people. Now, I have to admit, I'm completely stumped why this appointment seems to be at all controversial. I've been witnessing the extremely effective and professional work of Michelle Ellison for the past 3 years as a strong and knowledgeable advocate for the Clean Power Alliance. She has, without any exaggeration, been instrumental in moving at least 10 of the 32 cities who have gone to 100% renewable energy in the CPA territory, starting with Ojai, by the way. And those are just the ones I know about. I've seen her work educating elected officials and the general public about the benefits of this excellent program and have been impressed every step along the way. She's helped the 2 cities where I live and where my kids are enrolled in school, Agora Hills and tomorrow night Calabasas, move toward 100% renewable energy. And I've worked closely with her on both of these efforts. She's been so effective in this work that she has been invited to join the executive director of the Clean Power Alliance, Ted Bardacke, an expert in his own right, to represent Southern California and speak on a panel at the Carbon Free Chicago conference next month, helping sell what we're doing here to the city of Chicago, a city of 2.7 million people. She's such a terrific ambassador for the Clean Power Alliance that when I heard her position as an alternate on the CPA board was up for discussion tonight, I had to tune in, no matter how late you guys go. When the world says California is leading on climate action, I would immediately include Michelle in that scope. You could not ask for a more professional, more effective, or better representative of Ojai around Southern California. And I encourage you to vote tonight to allow her to continue her service, not only to Ojai, but for all of our benefit as we work our way back toward a healthy and safe global climate. Thank you.
Is that all, Gail?
That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, I had a question. I thought Michelle was on the call.
She's here. Do you want to ask a question?
May I ask her a question of her?
Yeah, one moment.
Thanks, Gail.
Michelle, you should be able to speak now. Go ahead.
Hi, Susa. Yes, what's up?
My question is this, Michelle, would you clarify for the public that you have no financial stake in this? Because
that is correct.
Like there's some people that that have, what's the word, alluded to that.
No, absolutely. That's kind of, yeah, it has no merit, no basis, nothing.
Thank you. Good to hear it from the horse's mouth. All right. Closing the public hearing?
Yeah. Thanks, Gail. Discussion?
Well, go ahead. Go ahead, Susan. I have a comment.
No.
I don't know if Randy or Ryan do.
It's okay.
Okay. Bill?
Yes. Let's clear the air a little bit here. When I said that a council member should be the alternate, if you recall, I did not say, oh, it should be me. I said, does anybody else want it? Be happy. I just think a council person should do it. Everybody said the same, well, Bill, I guess you got it, I think was what I recall Randy saying. So it's not something that I was seeking. The principle was involved was I thought a council person should do the representation. And here's why. I'm going to speak something factually here that concerned me about what happened recently in terms of information coming to council. Appointees of council, appointments to these groups are meant to be, we're representing the city of Ojai and the city council. And that means bringing information back to us as our colleagues, accurate information, representing accurately what is going on in terms of the sense of this council. And from a factual standpoint, something really bothered me that I witnessed and was brought out in testimony in terms of whether or not we can depend upon getting accurate information from Michelle Ellison. If you recall, it was represented to us when we were looking at the REACH code draft that what was being presented to us had been adopted by 30-something cities. That was not true. What was being presented to us was a particular REACH code that had been adopted by a very small number of cities. Most cities had engaged in certain degrees of adjustments, considerations, et cetera, in terms of the community characteristics involved. That came out in terms of the discussion back and forth with Michelle, where Michelle asserted something that simply wasn't true, as part of an advocacy position that she deeply believes in. And then after that correction was made in testimony during council discussion, when this council was being lobbied to, against going forward with the modifications for community concerns that we had made, that same assertion was inaccurate assertion was further made in terms of the public at large. And so my concern and why I wanted a council person to represent us as a group with a CPA, with the mayor and one other council person, is to ensure that we get accurate information and not just advocacy, to inform us as a group to make the best possible decisions for our community. And I think that someone that is, what I see is that Michelle Ellison has demonstrated that she is an advocate first, which is of course commendable, but not necessarily someone that we can depend upon in terms of getting information, accurate information for our deliberations. That's my feeling, why I thought a council person should be the alternate.
Well, I feel that we can leave it up to the mayor to come back with accurate information. That can be the mayor's responsibility. The mayor is not, I'm not even sure of the accuracy of everything that was said. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. I don't know, as to the way Bill characterized what transpired. But I do believe that we have a council person and mayor to represent us, and she can come back with accurate information.
Sure, that's a great suggestion, Souza, because you're questioning integrity here, Bill, and which is.
I stated a fact, Mayor. I stated a fact.
Well, so can we postpone this until the research is done? James and Matt? Hello?
This is this is a fundamental policy choice for the council. A council member has asserted a basis for his decision. Other council members have other bases for their decision. It's not a trial.
Well, can we?
Each of us makes our judgments.
That's correct. It's an individual judgment for the five to make on the questions presented. You could certainly offer a chance for Ms. Ellison to respond if the council wanted to receive further comment.
Well, I think that is important, because if you're questioning integrity, then that demands some research, right? Bill?
I've just stated that an assertion was made about a number of cities that had adopted codes like were being presented to us, and that was simply not factual.
Well, then I would, Randy?
Well, we're getting personal here and we don't need to.
No, we don't.
This is not about personalities. First of all, Michelle Ellison is an incredibly bright human being, and she contributes and brings a lot to our community. So I don't think anyone's questioning her integrity to the level that maybe some of you think we are, but I don't even think we need to go there. I think the most important thing that's before us tonight is we've had 2 alternates in the past, and now we're asking for a third. I don't think any of us even knew that there were 3 alternates, because when this came up 4 years ago, none of us voted on a third alternate. So for me, and Michelle did call me, but I wanted to hear the discussion tonight. I didn't want to be swayed one way or the other. So to me, the question tonight is, do we want to add a third alternate? I have no problem adding Michelle Ellison on as the third alternate. It doesn't bother me at all. If that's what we want to do, we do it. If we wanted to get into who has more knowledge and who should be primary, then she might supersede Bill and you, Betsy.
No, I totally agree with that.
So you know, but the only way, again, the only way that a lot of this happens is it just, it happens in the moment and you live with it. So I think Michelle can still contribute. I think Michelle will contribute. I know that she's her life does not depend on this position. So if we want to add her as the third seat, I have no problem with that. We have a committee of 3, and we keep it the way it was. I mean, if it's important for her to be on this committee, then let her be on it. But I don't see why we have to change something that we've already voted on and that we already approved. Let her contribute. She's not gonna not contribute. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
Susan?
I think we need to make her officially the alternate, and whether she's the first or the second alternate, I think we need to, I need accurate information as to how that works.
Right. So we're not.
So we can agree that, can we vote tonight whether she can, whether or not we want her as the third alternate, and then come back to the question, the separate question of whether she's first or second, due to the privilege of the issue is what happens if you can't go and the voting, so whether she can vote. I would like her to be able to vote.
It's
really got an answer to that, though. Didn't I ask that, and they said we appoint one alternate to be A and one to be B, and the A votes over the B.
So I say we postpone it.
Understanding of it as well.
She can be the A because she's the expert.
Well, I don't disagree. I have no idea what additional information we're trying to get. I don't know what question we're answering, and are we really? I mean, in honestly, in efficiency, we're going to review this a third time for the third alternate on a board that, and I'll be honest, we didn't get many answers last year when the bills shot up for CPA. We didn't get any answers from Mayor Johnson or from anyone else. I'm still not sure what went on. I have no problem making Michelle the third, but I don't, I think we have enough information to vote tonight rather than bring this back. And I think there's an issue with holding people accountable who aren't elected officials. If Bill comes back, or Betsy, if you come back and we have questions, we know where you'll be. We know you'll be here. We know the public knows how to hold you accountable. I have no problem with Michelle being involved, but I don't know why we would have an unelected person. I mean, if we're going by expertise, then put Steve Colomay as the chair of Air Pollution Control District and get me the hell out of there. I don't know what I'm doing. I really, I don't know what to say. I think that, we're really, we're going to argue 3 times in 3 different meetings about the third alternate to a community power alliance board. I don't know what we would be answering in the future, and in the purpose of efficiency, I don't see any reason to continue this to get more information. I don't know what we'd be getting more information for.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to have her be the first alternate.
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, can we vote on that, Gail? Please.
Councilmember Blatz?
No.
Councilmember Francina?
Yes.
Councilmember Haney?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick?
No.
Mayor Sticks?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to make her the second alternate, whatever the hell that means.
Okay, all right. Should we vote on that?
We have to get a second first.
Need a second.
Well, I'll second that.
Okay, all right. Gail, may we vote on that, please?
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wyrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz,
Yes.
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Councilmember Haney,
Deciding vote, yes.
Okay.
Welcome back, Michelle. You never left us.
Thank you, Michelle, for all that you do. All right, well, moving right along. Thank you, guys. We are at the council members' reports. Anybody? Bill?
My reports can wait.
I just comment that I would be looking forward to, it's been a while now since we had voted moving forward with an agreement on the pickleball situation, which included some infrastructure improvements, namely a rock wall and the sound mats. It's been a while now, and I just was wondering where we are on getting the specs for the wall. I think there was probably going to be some donations where it wouldn't come out of the city, the taxpayers wouldn't have to pay for it. We might be able to get it once we had a design, get a contributions for the rock wall, and then also we had agreed that we would put up those additional sound mats. And I just thought it'd be timely to inquire as to where we are in implementing what we all voted to agree on quite some time ago.
Yeah. The quick answer to that is Public Works is finalizing a design that we will plan to present in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, James.
Here.
Anything else? Yeah, Randy?
I'll speak on as chair of Gold Coast, but also as the rep on VCTC. I'm not sure if everyone's aware of it, but those two agencies are still providing transportation to all of our communities countywide, especially Gold Coast and the city of Ojai, and it's still a free fare ride. And neither one of these agencies right now are thinking of bringing back fare or bringing back fare increases anytime soon. So as long as COVID is a part of our life, VCTC and Gold Coast Transit are going to be a part of our life, serving the community and doing an exceptional job under these extreme conditions. So I just wanted to say that.
Wonderful.
Thank you. City managers report?
Okay, I have just 3 quick ones. I'll get through them quick. I know it's late, but we talked earlier about the long emergency response meetings, and we had one today, although it wasn't with the county, it was with the state. We had the California Public Utilities Commission had a hearing that ended up being 3 hours by the time I got off to get onto this meeting. But it was a hearing on Southern California Edison's response and issues with their response on public safety power shutoffs. And so a few residents from the Ojai Valley, I noticed, spoke about some of the impacts of public safety shutoffs on us here, and the challenges we raised with SCE about the notification process and de-energization process. So we also spoke and represented the city at that meeting, and we'll follow up about any potential changes. We also coordinated with a couple other cities, Moore Park, Thousand Oaks, and a few others to get representatives out. So it was a long 3-hour hearing, and that occurred just prior to this meeting. So just reporting that out. The other thing is we are finalizing the February 10th special meeting for an ATP discussion, the Maricopa Highway Demonstration Project in ATP. So that is currently scheduled for February 10th, and we're planning to put the agenda and public notice out this week. So you should be seeing that soon. And then last, it came up in a couple of the topics that were raised, but the Ojai tennis tournament, we have a meeting with the tennis tournament tomorrow, and then we did ask the Chamber of Commerce to meet with us as well on that to try to come up with some partnership opportunities. So we are trying to figure out how and if it can proceed safely. So we'll have more to report on that probably at the next meeting. So, and that's it for me.
You know, James, on Mayor, it's interesting. I was having a discussion with someone, and you know, all these sports, NBA, and they've all created these bubbles where all of these activities can exist. The Pac-12 would obviously have to pony up a lot of money, but if we had to create a domed environment, I would think getting hold of our hotels, especially the Inn, and trying to create some type of a safe COVID, enhanced environment if we wanted to do something like that. And I also think that if we do proceed, that we need to ensure that the public's aware of it, because the public may not, as much as it's Ojai and we need it, it still may be at this point in time not necessarily a good thing to bring in who knows how many people. So I think it's something that we need to look at and we really need to carefully weigh. And so I'm happy you're meeting with them, and I'm hopeful that somewhere down the road we'll bring in the Pac-12 and we'll bring in other people to discuss this, to see if we can and if we can do it in a safe manner. So, but it is important that we get it back on the stage here at Ojai.
Thank you.
Future agenda items. Randy?
I have two. One, it's either we agendize it or we ask the city manager to do it. But I think we need a joint session with the Ojai Valley Unified School District. So I'd like to bring that back, at least extend the invitation and see where they are in their project, and give more community information. And then the other thing is getting back to what we talked about, the diversification of businesses in Ojai. And this may not go over too well, but we did create an outstanding climate committee. I think once we get through all the kinks and all of the things that are necessary to make something function well, that it's going to be a major asset to us. And I'm thinking that we need to put together a light committee of each council member appointing someone. And let's not call it an economic, but let's call it some form of business diversification committee. But we need to get the smart business owners in this community involved in helping us look at and figure out how to enhance our business environment outside of what the chamber does, but actually start looking at other businesses or other things that we can do, or maybe even look at the impediments that we have that inhibit Ojai from changing from a tourist-based economy to something that might be better, greater, or in the better interest of our community. So I'd like to agendize that conversation of creating that committee. And I'd be welcome to weigh in. And if anyone here, if we don't get a majority to say so, I'm willing to back out of it too. That's why I thought when I made that motion about bringing things to the council, if we can get 3 or more that say, yeah, that's a good idea, then I say we move it forward. If I don't get 3 people to say they want, or 2 other people to say they want to do it, I'll back away from it.
I want to do that, but I want to know, these are the order that I would like to have things happen. First, a goal setting meeting, and that could include what Randy brought up. Start with that, our overall goal setting. Then I would like a joint meeting with the Planning Commission where we discuss the Chaparral property, and we have Nicholas Ojai, who's a local architect, give an alternative presentation, not necessarily as something that the school board will go for, but aside from politics and finances, so that we have some vision of what we could see if what we as a council would like to see. And I would like him to give him the opportunity to give a presentation that to me feels more like a plan for the community rather than a plan to bring more tourists and into the downtown core, more hotels and all of that. Because
well, I'm not in disagreement, Susan, that needs to happen, but I'm looking for some form of commitment on what I would like to do as far as creating this committee. So if I can get one or two other people to join me in it,
I like to join
I'd
you
like
in
to
it.
bring it back and have it agendized.
I'll join you in it, but I don't feel ready to do it yet. I would like to have the goal setting meeting first. Aren't we going to do a goal setting session?
Yes, and the goal setting was agreed to last meeting, and we are coming to the next meeting with the layout of how that, how that could work for council to discuss. So that one's in progress, and that one we'll move forward with. So, yeah.
Okay.
So
sounds good. Yeah, that's a great idea, Randy.
Okay, so we have 3 people. We'll agendize it and bring it back, and I'll get with staff and actually create a better name for it. But again, I think it should be something that council wants to participate by appointing people that they're choosing in the community that they feel will bring something to that group. And then, Susan, I'm not in disagreement with the other things that need to happen. It can all happen simultaneously. It's not necessarily one getting ahead of the other, but I see a benefit in it.
Well, yeah, we have a lot on our plate, so let's.
And let's keep in mind we're in the middle of an emergency, and we don't want to give staff a ton of extra work right now.
Yeah, but we usually do have a joint meeting with the Planning Commission the first quarter, and my understanding is that James was hoping that we could have it in person. But if we can't have it in person, maybe Bill, you could let me know what you think, because Bill and I have discussed this. That we have the meeting with the Planning Commission in March, because it seems like February is pretty full. And so to give an opportunity, I'd like to have an opportunity to discuss Chaparral with them, or we discuss Chaparral amongst ourselves somehow before we meet with the school board. I'd like to hear.
Yeah, we normally have a joint meeting sometime I think we're already have postponed the normal time for the joint meeting with Planning Commission. That's
normally be January. We did it because we were trying to hold out so we could be in person, but we were looking at March, although now that's probably looking like it would be virtual. It would be virtual.
Okay. I think we have to be careful with how we position ourselves with the school district. Susan, the more I think about it, the more I wonder whether we need to, perhaps, since we're really talking about a real estate issue, and Matthew, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that maybe we need to air this out in a closed session before we start doing things like a joint meeting, discussing this with the Planning Commission.
The council can certainly consider the real estate negotiations aspect of the Chaparral site, given that we are a leaseholder on a portion of that site in a closed session. That might be in fact, I would suggest that's probably the first step. And then I think we'll work to get that scheduled and then go from there.
I just think that we might want to be careful,
Yeah.
Susan, so we don't, as they say figuratively, step into something we don't see coming before we step in it.
I completely agree with you. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, one of the reasons I asked for the joint session with the school board is so that we have an opportunity to, again, communicate to them what we believe are some of the actions that they need to take to involve the community deeper and better than what we believe, or I'm going to say I believe, to this date. I don't need an alternative plan. Okay, that's not our job to create a plan for them. That's their job. And I'd like to see them do it, but I'd like to see them do it with the community involved. And I think that's what we can influence them on. I don't think we can tell them what to do. That's just my opinion. So
just saying
At their last joint meeting, told them to hold 2 public meetings that they canceled and never did. They said they'd update their plan. It's been a year and 4 months. The plan's exactly the same. In fact, in front of the school board, they didn't even present the numbers of 200 hotel rooms, no affordable housing, or at least a maybe on all of it. I don't know what we're going to get out of a joint meeting at this point. I'd like to see a proposal go to planning, let them talk about it there, and then bring it to us. And if at that point we need a joint meeting, then we can do something. But what I don't understand the effort that went into that last joint meeting and the complete waste of time that it was. We're just inviting another complete waste of time. There wasn't even an agenda.
I think we're getting into dangerous territory here.
So stop now. We're obviously discussing the item. It's not on tonight's agenda.
Right.
We're going to schedule a closed session. Go from there.
Okay, and Mayor, I just wanted to, again, to reiterate what I said. I'm going to base everything on when I bring something to council, I'm going to look for support by the majority. What I'm hearing is, we don't want to hear. We don't want to agendize.
No.
I'm 100% behind. Like I said, it was the thought. I'm reaching out an olive branch to them, hoping that we can help them.
And Randy, I'd be supportive if the cake gets a little more baked, so we have something to look at.
All right.
And some of the issues, Randy, that really we need to talk about really belong in a closed session. The school board's been having multiple closed sessions on this too. I mean, there's things that we really can't talk about here.
I'd suggest starting there and then next.
So we'll start with the closed session.
Here we go
In the
again.
meantime, we're also working on the goal setting, and then once that's resolved, then we'll
11:26. It's a closed session. Nobody's watching.
diversification.
Well, we are in public, of course.
Thank you.
And then we need to clarify, we have, James, you said we have 2 more weeks at 7 o'clock?
So this week and then next week, and then we'll be 6:30.
And we're on the new hours, the prime time?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, are we ready?
Not quite ready for prime time, council people of Ojai?
If you guys want to hang out longer, that's cool.
We're delirious.
If we move the meeting to 6:30, does that mean we don't take up a new agenda item after what, like 8:30?
The ordinance.
Is that how that adjusts? Did I do the math right on that?
No, it should have been 9:30.
Well, thank you, everybody.
I'm so tired. Go drink some
Bye. Thank
Nice
you.
job.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate each and every one of you. I really do.
I do
Thank
too.
you.
Bye.
Mayor, thank you for the medication.
Anytime. Shh. I'm just kidding. Bye. No, it was herbal.
Yes, it was, but it did have a punch. Oh, bye.
Homeopathic.